Just before the release of Fallout 4, I played through Fallout 3. Well, I played through the main quest, and after a recent semi-completionist playthrough, I could say with certainty that by mainlining Fallout 3's main story back then, I did myself a disservice. I merely scratched the surface of the game's world, and I missed out on all the best content. Not every location is that interesting, some spots are just meant for you to loot and shoot, but time and time again I was rewarded for exploring, and I don't just mean with a new gun or a new suit of armor, but with a new tale of the wasteland, a cool area I stumbled upon, or an experience that kept me engrossed, of which there are many and are the reason for me making this video. It's not even just the side content per se, but the exploration that comes along with it, and the atmosphere that the game stirs around that exploration. But I can only say that now after having finished a second playthrough where I did explore every location in the Capital Wasteland. I completed every possible quest I could do on my Pip-Boy, and in this video we're going to talk in depth about Fallout 3, specifically focusing on stuff off the beaten path. With that, thank you for clicking on this video, and I hope you enjoy it. For context, there are 17 official side quests in the game, but we won't be talking about all of them. This was a good karma playthrough, so the quest, strictly business involving the slaver Grouse, and you gotta shoot him in the head with Mr. Crowley, won't be talked about in this video. I didn't do the optional content in the Nuka-Cola challenge, having prowled through the Nuka-Cola factory before beginning the quest, and apart from that, that quest is pretty much you retrieving 30 Nuka-Cola Quantum bottles, so I'll be skipping that one as well. And the two rescue missions, Big Trouble in Big Town and Riley's Rangers, while definitely a couple of fun and memorable side quests, are pretty straightforward and I don't have much to say about either one, so nothing on those. That leaves us with 12. But I also want to talk about some of the standout locations in the game, like Andale and Paradise Falls, that sort of feel like their own side quests in and of themselves just by exploring them. Let's start off with probably the first major side quest you'll come across in the Capital Wasteland, the Power of the Atom. The 25 explosive skill seemed pretty laughable to me when I was first tasked with disarming the bomb. This is a weapon of mass destruction, a scientifically advanced piece of pre-war technology, and yet I need a quarter of the max explosive skill to power it down. But the more I've thought about it, the less I'm willing to die on that hill. You aren't recreating it, you are just disarming it, and that seems like a fair enough way to justify the low skill requirement. But then that raises the question, this bomb has been armed for 200 years and yet some teen straight out of the vault can disarm it shortly after leaving? Though the Lone Wanderer does have proper schooling from the vault, he is the son of a scientist, but all of this fan theory is for naught because it literally says a highly skilled explosives expert is needed to disarm this bomb, and I don't think 25% of the max explosive skill in the game is an expert. Doesn't matter how hard we try, sometimes we just cannot justify the decisions Bethesda makes. However, I'm not going to bag on this too much because you have to consider the gameplay side of this. If you make this skill requirement too high, you're going to have people putting skill points into a skill they may otherwise not care about. I mean, how many of you guys care about putting skill points into explosives early on? Do you really want to boost the damage of the 3 or 4 frag grenades, if that, you have in your inventory early on? No, you want to put in stuff like speech, science, the different combat skills. Those are the more popular choices. But if you make that skill requirement too high for disarming this bomb, given this is an early quest, you're going to have players who want to keep Megaton safe, like how I wanted to keep Megaton safe in my playthrough, putting skill points into a skill they otherwise don't care about, and that's not good. You're making a player who is supposed to be excited each time they level up, feeling like they're wasting it just to complete this quest. Maybe that's something to say about the quest design, but part of me actually likes that a quest depends on where you put your skill points in your character. You know, some stuff in this wasteland is just not going to be available to complete if your character is lacking a skill in their build. And I think that is a good thing in an RPG. I think it makes it more interesting. At the end of the day, you're going to get enough skill points to complete whatever quest you want to complete in Fallout 3. But I'm not against the idea per se of making the success state in a quest dependent on skill points. And given it took me one level to gain the skill points I needed to complete this quest, I'm fine with the decision from that perspective. This was the first time I saw this quest to its end on the good guy side of things, given I blew up Megaton on my first playthrough. Not proud of it, not proud of it. And that sequence where you go from telling the sheriff about Burke's intentions to heading in the bar and placing him under arrest. All before, in my case, I let my guard down and holstered my gun just like the sheriff did, only to watch him get shot in the back.
I know.
Watch out. Me.
It's the type of stuff that goes down in post-apocalyptic bars. I mean, think back to Fallout 1 inside the Scum Pit. Reminded me of that exact moment when Neil pulled out his gun and took care of those bastards who were messing with his waitress. There are some things about this interaction that stand out and should be rightfully condemned, like the fact that the sheriff turns his back against a man who is armed. To be fair, I didn't notice it and I put my gun away as well, but still, this is a sheriff. He's supposed to be handcuffing this guy and taking him to a jail cell that doesn't exist. Even in Junktown, there was a jail cell. I guess you could say you could exile him, but I don't know, there's some attention to detail lost here, and it does make it feel a little bit more contrived, a little more phony. Not to mention, Sims' kid runs right into the bar after he dies. Fallout 3 can overdo it sometimes, but still, I can't help but look back at the end of this quest with sorrowful affection. Looking at the two of them lying on the ground next to each other, it's just a tragic image. And then the next morning, going and talking to Sheriff Sims' son.
Dad says not to talk to strangers. You did it! You disarmed that thing! My dad, he would have been real happy about that. Thank you. He wanted you to have these. A key and the deed to an empty place up behind the brass lantern. You can move in there if you want.
And getting the key to my own Megaton home.
Very nice to make your acquaintance. I'm your new robo-butler.
I really liked Sheriff Sims. He reminded me a lot of Marcus from Fallout 2. He was a prime example of someone in the Wasteland who was doing their part to make this terrible dump of a world just a little bit better. He was making the world his son was going to live in more hospitable, and hopefully his son would pass that down. And I don't know, it's inspiring in such a terrible world. It was kind of the archetype I wanted my character to fall into.
You treat my people nice, and you're welcome to stay as long as you'd like.
Let's move on to the other major side quest in Megaton, the Wasteland Survival Guide, featuring, of course, that kooky old proprietor from the Craterside Supply, Moira Brown.
Welcome to Craterside Supply. Hey, I hear you're that stray from the vault. I haven't seen one of you for years.
I think the Wasteland Survival Guide acts as the impetus to push you out of your south center of the map comfort zone and into the blank space on your Pip-Boy, giving you a map marker to go after. For sure it'll lead you to uncovering other places in the Capital Wasteland along the way. You'll explore as far west as Robco Facility, a place that sits right next to Tenpenny Tower. No doubt you'll be intrigued by that skyscraper that's hanging out in the middle of nowhere. You'll go surprisingly far north, early on in the quest, to Minefield, crossing the Potomac and entering the northern half of the Capital Wasteland. And you'll also be sent east into the western part of downtown DC, whereas the eastern part is reserved for the main quest. And the entire quest is presented by that aforementioned lovingly outlandish personality, Moira. A person who, however annoying she might get, still leaves you with a smile deep down inside you somewhere.
Okay, I even stitched a little smiley face in you to keep up your spirits. It's kind of hard.
I think she does a great job helping set the tone of the game, especially early on. Yes, it's a terrible world, but humor is such an important part of the Fallout universe. It's what makes it Fallout versus some survival horror game. And given how savage the Wasteland is, it's nice to every once in a while check in with Moira and try to embrace her oblivious, blissful spirit. This is a long-ass quest, and it has many branching parts to it. Some are more interesting than others. Let's start from the top and we'll go in order, at least the order I went in. There are 3 chapters to the quest, and each chapter contains 3 separate subtasks you can tackle in whichever order you want, depending on which one sounds the most appealing to you in that moment. I started by picking the quest that had me traveling to the local supermarket in order to find some food and maybe some medical supplies. On my way there, I was attacked by a random Wastelander for some reason. Some dude named Sam Warwick, who I found no context for whatsoever why he was attacking me or what his purpose was in game, until I looked him up in the Fallout 3 official game guide, and that's where I got the lore I wanted. Get used to hearing about that. If you're wondering, he's just some raider trying to snatch some caps so he can visit the Evergreen Mills brothel. But the most interesting moment I had on my brisk walk to the local supermarket was when, shortly after walking around with a big-ass sniper, I took off that raider's body feeling like a badass, ready to take down other raider scum that decide to show up on my path. I was approached by a kid just before nightfall.
Those monsters, they're gonna get me. Those things. They keep coming. They scare me. Make it stop. They're all over Greyditch. And they killed everyone. Please find my papa.
This completely diverted my attention away from the quest I was on, as you'd expect. It's funny because I remember telling myself before starting up this playthrough, I was going to do my best to stay organized, because once I open up a quest in these big open world games, another quest pops up, and then before I know it, my quest log is just completely unreadable. But it didn't take long to fail that. Although, you know, part of me likes that it is this way, because in real life, things come up, and you have to have a change of plans. And it's just something I probably have to accept, even though my OCD hates it. I made a beeline that night straight into the small town of Greyditch, located along the outskirts of downtown DC. I should say now that this playthrough contained quite a lot of mods. Most of them are texture upgrades and quality of life stuff, but I do have a few gameplay altering ones like weapon mod kits and RH iron sights, so keep that in mind. The full list is available in the description in a Google Doc I made if you want to take a look at it, but I want to bring up one particular mod here that is going to affect your viewing experience, probably more than any other, and that's the darker nights that are added through the dynamic weather mod. I like this mod because it keeps Bethesda's vision of what the Capital Wasteland looks like intact, keeping that green tint as much as I know a lot of you guys hate it, adding some new weather effects on top of it, and despite how frustrating it was at times to explore at night, I love how atmospheric the mod made nighttime, but no doubt that changes the overall atmosphere of the game, and ultimately that affects my opinions, and I want you to know that. I'm really familiar with Fallout 3 and New Vegas's ins and outs at this point, so, you know, like most of you guys probably are. And so I don't find the HUD necessary, and I left it out in an attempt to make the playthrough as immersive as possible, and the darker nights complement that type of playthrough very well, being a more realistic nighttime feel than that default darkness. It encouraged me to go to sleep at night, for instance, and wait for sunrise, like you'd probably want to do in real life. Not to mention it gave the Pip-Boy light more of a use case, although I did modify the radius value on that sucker as well. However, after going back through the recordings, I now realize that this mod, the Darker Night specifically, didn't really cater towards the best viewing experience for you. And so I apologize if that makes the video tougher to watch, but I can't deny it did make a situation like the one I found myself in here, fighting fire ants in Greyditch while looking for this kid's family. It was all as tense as it was, and no small thanks to the Darker Nights. I could have found a bed or simply waited till morning, but it didn't feel right. I felt a pressure to help this kid as soon as possible, and even if it wasn't really an emergency in the game world, it felt like an emergency, and I wanted to address it. And so, I spent the night searching through Greyditch, fighting off fire ants left and right, probing each rundown building with what little precious ammo I had to find this kid's father. At this moment in the game, the beginning of the game, It feels like a survival horror. It's both the most stressful and the most rewarding part of the game. Not only just in terms of the combat, but with regards to your player economy overall. Moriarty has a side job he'll send you off to do if you're short on caps when asking him about information regarding your dad's whereabouts, and you may be desperate like I was, so I agreed to do the job. He tells you a former prostitute is hiding somewhere in Springvale with his caps, so heading over there and finding her new home, she tells you that Moriarty's a bad dude and that she ran off with her fair share of pay because she was done hooking, but he wouldn't let her leave otherwise. So trying to be the good guy of the wasteland, I told her not to worry about it. I'd tell Moriarty she was gone, and I wouldn't even demand her to give up her fair share, as she claims. She could be lying, but I took her word. The thing is, I needed those caps really badly for my own purpose. And so if I wanted to be a goody two-shoes here, I had to pay for it, literally. Whatever I could sell to Jenny Stahl, I did, and those resources could have went towards helping me stay alive. But it was a sacrifice I had to make if I wanted to be a goody two-shoes. The economy at this point is so unforgiving. It makes the decision to be a good guy, to do the thing that's considered to be the most moral option. It makes it tough, but it does make being the good guy here more rewarding because it was truly a sacrifice. There was a real cost to doing what I did. Bringing it back to Greyditch, every cap mattered there and every bullet mattered here. Especially because my character had a strength of 1. For those curious, here's my build. Melee was not an ideal solution. Every piece of ant meat helped me stay alive. Every ant nectar mitigated the fire damage I was taking. And whatever I had left over could be sold to Mora later. It's funny because I modded in animations that gave my character a more Resident Evil-esque gun-wielding stance. And though I did remove the mod later because I didn't like its positioning with some of the guns, it felt so fitting here as I defended myself off from genetically modified freaks of nature. Part of me wishes this dire economical strain lasted throughout the whole game because it really does cater towards more impactful decisions and more desperate tone of the world, though it would take Fallout into perhaps a different direction than the one it's gone down. Fallout's a game anyone can pick up, it's not super stressful, and I know a lot of you guys probably wouldn't be a fan of it, but I'm curious how many of you guys would be interested in that. Don't get me wrong, it'd make the game brutal as shit, but I think it is rewarding. To you, the player, it makes playing and exploring and looting all the more worthwhile. I searched all around Greyditch for Brian Wilkes' father, hoping to at least find some trace of humanity still left in this ghost town. But I couldn't. All I could find was more and more and more fire ants. And silence. It's a night like this, an experience like this, that epitomizes what wandering through the Capital Wasteland feels like. Fallout 3 isn't a game with side quests that are duplicated and slightly altered, all spilled atop and scattered around its map for you to waste your time doing, so you never get bored. Quite the opposite. It's a lonely open world. It's an open world you feel isolated in. It's a quiet open world. It's filled with the pervasive feeling of distress, fear, depression. The only thing keeping it from getting too dark are the odd bits of humor imbued in the writing, and the sprinkles of civilization you spot along your travels that give you just an ounce of hope to keep fighting the good fight. This night, much like the night I had in Paradise Falls that I'll talk about later, was one of those gameplay sessions you have with a video game that reminds you why you love video games. I know it can feel trite to talk about that, but really this is such a perfect example of interactive storytelling. You're writing out each descriptive sentence yourself through your own actions as you explore the mystery. You are the one exploring that hellbent town on that dark, fiery night, all before coming upon the conclusion. You are the one who walked into that house and saw Brian's father lying on the floor. I spent that night on the couch next to Brian's father's corpse, thinking, not really on behalf of myself, but on behalf of my character, weirdly. It felt like my character was being humbled there because, yeah, he had it bad, being stranded out in the wasteland with no father around him, but he was 19 and Brian was significantly younger, and he had no hope of ever hearing his father utter another syllable. And I kind of felt it humble my character and, by extension, humble me. Thinking to myself, there's always someone who has it worse. Continuing into the next day, I tried to find clues about what went on here, and exploring the shed next to the house I was just in, I uncovered some notes that helped me discover it was this man named Dr. Lesko who was behind it all, and this was his old office, and he's since moved inside Marigold Station after having found the quote-unquote perfect specimen. So that's where I headed for next, and this was my first introduction to these subway tunnels. You know, the part of Fallout 3 everyone loves? They're the veins that run under the skin of DC's corpse, and you're going to spend a lot of time traveling through them. Tangled mazes featuring a map I find useless, and a shallow Pip-Boy map that only serves a purpose of telling you where the walls are and which general direction you should walk in. Navigating through those tunnels is a nightmare. And if we look at the bigger picture, I don't think the Capital Wasteland is as foreboding as it is without those subway tunnels. And while I can't say I like them per se, I really grew to appreciate them as time went on, and as I look back on things, what they do for the game, and how the world feels because of them. For instance, how they make DC feel as big as it does. Given the size and scale Bethesda envisioned for downtown DC, and the hardware available at the time, breaking up the downtown area into a dozen or so discrete individual districts and connecting them with dungeon-esque subway tunnels, I think it was such an interesting solution that not only gave DC an Underworld type feel, not to be confused with the actual location in the game named Underworld, but it made it feel bigger than it otherwise probably would have been possible to do.
Move along.
I mean, look at the New Vegas Strip. It's one of the most disappointing areas of Fallout New Vegas, only saved by interesting hotels like the Ultralux and Gomorrah. Walking through the Strip feels underwhelming, it's dull. Of course, that's in large part thanks to the tech at the time. Fallout 3 came out 2 years earlier and on the same hardware. Downtown DC, thanks in large part to the subway systems, feels expansive and almost never-ending. Seriously, I would be very surprised if most players explored every district of DC their first time through. Now, in fairness to New Vegas, DC was decimated by the bombs and the Strip was not, so that gives Bethesda extra flexibility when it comes to blocking off roads and creating extra nooks and crannies and so forth. But that doesn't take away from the fact that DC does feel, when contrasted with the Strip, overwhelming, and that's in large part thanks to the subway tunnels that connect all the districts. That doesn't mean it's more enjoyable. Obviously, it's a lot simpler to just walk through the Strip than it is to walk through downtown DC. I think it's dreadful to walk through DC, but I think that coincides with the vibe the developers are trying to give DC. And while the subway tunnels can get monotonous, and it may not be the part of Fallout 3 we all look back on fondly, ultimately I prefer exploring the Capital Wasteland over downtown DC. I did grow to appreciate the subway tunnels. All that being said, you travel through the subway tunnels as a means to an end, to reach a destination, and here for me, it was to reach Dr. Lesko's lab. I was in search of answers.
Oh, you startled me. You really mustn't creep up on people like that.
Dr. Lesko aimed to mutate the Capital Wasteland's overgrown ants back into their pre-war size.
Let me try and explain. The ants are very, very big. I want to make them very, very small.
But he made a miscalculation that caused the ants to gain what he calls pyrosis, the ability to emit flame from their bodies.
I may be able to correct this error, but I can't get near my equipment.
He didn't aim for all this to happen, for the ants to gain the ability to spit hot fire, ultimately leading to the demise of Great Itch's inhabitants and the death of Brian Wilkes' father. He had good intentions, but even with his mistakes known and accounted for, he shows little remorse because, as he says,
a small price to pay for the advancement of science. A few die, and later, after the mutagen is improved, many more will live. That's the way it's done. The only way to correct this mistake is to modify the mutagen. I must get to my terminal.
Morally ambiguous situations appear all throughout Fallout 3, as we'll see, and as you might expect in a post-apocalyptic world without the rules and regulations of the old world. It's part of what makes this setting so fascinating. And it's why Lesko was able to get away with this less than ethical scientific procedure. Yes, lots of people may be saved in the future thanks to Dr. Lesko's scientific advancements that could progressively reduce the size of ants brood by brood for sure. and brains like his are certainly not too common in the Wasteland. His intelligence could very well progress civilization forward, but at the cost of a kid like Brian Wilkes losing his father? At the cost of human life? To play devil's advocate and just to look at things from Lesko's perspective, if you do look at the grand scale of things, if you compare Wilkes' father, or even all the people in Greyditch, to the countless lives that could be saved in the future if ants go back to their normal size, from a utilitarian perspective, what Lesko is doing could potentially save more lives than what the experiments take. But if you focus in on the people, which Bethesda has you do, interacting with Brian, finding his father on the ground, you see the human side of this, and it's why doing scientific procedures like this, no matter the potential it has in the far future, it's looked down upon. You gotta find another way to do it. You gotta find another way to push civilization forward.
You wish to add something to my hypothesis?
It's clear to me looking back, but in the moment it was a serious mindfuck for me. I helped Lesko get back to his lab and try to fix the problem he created and hopefully find a way to bring these ants back to their natural size, as was the original intent. But if I could do this quest again, I would rain bullets into that ant queen. I don't think I would have put a bullet in Lesko's brainiac egghead, but if you did, I mean, I understand why, because there are no arbiters around to stop this man from taking countless other lives around the wasteland due to his experiments. And if he's unapologetic for his life-costing mishaps, he is sort of a danger to society, just as much as he could be a boon to it. And that's what's so interesting, is he's not an evil scientist, he's just an unscrupulous one. These are the types of tough moral situations you find yourself in, situations you gotta find a way to eventually come to a conclusion to in the Capital Wasteland.
Really? You mean it? Oh boy, thank you so much. I'll wait in my old house for you to come back. I need to bury my papa anyway. Just don't forget about me.
What a way it was to begin this Wasteland Odyssey. I was going through the motions, doing a side quest in a starting town, just as I might in any other RPG, and then this happens. It makes you realize anything can happen in this world at any moment. Immediately you realize this isn't going to be a mundane experience. But after all of that, I focused back in on the original task at hand and made my way over to the Super-Duper Mart. This survival guide subtask is one you're accustomed to seeing in other games. You go and retrieve some useful quest-related item or items. You gotta go somewhere on the map, fight some enemies, explore an area, and then head back to the quest giver. Thankfully, these types of quests don't make up the majority of the types of quests in Fallout 3, and what's more, they feel more unique than I think these types of quests feel in other games. For instance, look at the Radiant quests in future Bethesda games. They're randomly generated filler for you to do, but in Fallout 3, these types of quests feel handcrafted. I'm going to the Super-Duper Mart to help Moira, and to help her with the Wasteland Survival Guide quest. There's a beginning to it and there's an end to it. It's not generated just so I have something to do. And you notice it in the quests themselves. For instance, there's an optional objective in the Super-Duper Mart where you go to the back of the store and retrieve extra items from Moira. And if you decide to do that, raiders will spawn, you get more enemies to fight. But there's a scripted event where one of the raiders gets on the supermarket's intercom and has like a fun little line of dialogue.
We're back. Somebody open up the... Hang on. Something ain't right here.
And these are the types of stuff I don't think you get through those Radiant quests. Yet they do make the quest just have a little bit more life to it. Furthermore, this isn't some copy and pasted enemy camp or outpost. The Super-Duper Mart is an original place within the Capital Wasteland that feels meant to be living in this world. It's not just some afterthought building to use as a location for a Radiant quest. I get open worlds have become huge, and making handcrafted missions takes a lot of time, but you want your world to feel real, to feel alive, and the quests are what you do in that world. And when those quests feel lackluster and devoid of any life, like I think the Radiant quests can feel like, that's a big problem. And so even if exploring the Super-Duper Mart is pretty much a fetch quest, it was sadly refreshing compared to the similar quests we find in games today. Heading back to Moira, already irradiated, I took care of that subtask in the first chapter, and so there was only one thing left to do in Chapter 1.
Landmines are one of the few dangers out there that you can profit from. Disarm one before it blows, and you can sell it for plenty of caps. I've heard stories about a ghost town that's just full of mines. Traders just call the place Minefield. Sounds like the place for some field work. Get in there, get back, and tell me all about it. And could you bring back a mine for my studies?
I mentioned the Wasteland Survival Guide as being a quest that gets you out and exploring the wasteland, and I haven't calculated the Euclidean distances between Megaton and all the points the quest takes you to, but it certainly feels like Minefield is the furthest place you're sent off to explore. You have to cross the Potomac and head into the northern region of the map, so I did, just as the sun started to come down. It was largely peaceful and a serene hike, as much as it could be in this war-ravaged region of the world. Walking across what hasn't dried up of the now highly contaminated river, wedging its way through the debris of a broken bridge, failing to carry the cars that were passing along it at the time of the attack. When you walk through the Capital Wasteland, you walk in between scars of nuclear warfare, and then above you might be a scenic sunset falling just over a mountain off in the distance. And then, out of nowhere, a rad scorpion attacks you. It's this back and forth between the natural beauty that even nuclear warfare can't take away from the world, that even human beings can't rob our planet of, that somehow still finds a way to be here, versus the devastation you find throughout Fallout's universe. It's one of the most unique aspects of exploring this world. It's an enchanting yet melancholy clash of aesthetics. Walking by the ruins of an old world community, now only home to mutated flies and rodents. It was one hell of a road trip to Minefield, but I finally arrived. The next morning, rain still falling outside, I aimed to make it to the center of town like my Pip-Boy wanted me to. This was all thanks to an old man named Arkansas camped up atop the second floor of a wrecked building in the back of town. The story of Arkansas is a sad one of revenge, but it's one I don't think you can uncover unless you take the evil path and head to Paradise Falls, or in my case, you read the official game guide after playing. The last of the military survivors who made Minefield their town, Arkansas was a small boy when the slavers first came and captured nearly all of the tribe, but they never found him. Swearing revenge, he spread rumors of a new band of inhabitants and set a trap for the slavers. When the slavers came to raid the town again, they were harried by a hidden sniper and decimated by the landmines. The slavers took heavy losses that day and never came back. Now an old man, Arkansas still shuffles around this place.
it! That's it!
I suppose I didn't have to kill Arkansas. I could have just made it to the center, grabbed a mine and left, but I took him out in an aggressive self-defense move, looted his body, and took a nap in the rain next to his corpse to heal up after a long, draining fight. If any of you guys have played Metal Gear Solid 3, it reminded me of the end boss fight. Not quite to the level, but it reminded me of it. Fighting someone in their own homeland, constantly on the move from cover to cover, wondering if you're safe or not. Arkansas is static though, so that makes things easier, but it was a challenge. These handful of humanoid mini boss fights in Fallout 3 are, I think, absolutely fantastic additions to the game. A powerful enemy who isn't some god, isn't some incredibly powerful boss, but closer to you, closer to your level. Chapter 2 of the Wasteland Survival Guide was a good deal less interesting to me than Chapter 1. The first thing I was tasked to do was test the mole rat repellent on, you guessed it, some mole rats. Not much of anything interesting to do there, just go slap some ugly ass rodents with a stick. She suggests the Tepid Sewers, which is on the Potomac, not too far away from the Super-Duper Mart you traveled to in the last chapter, and after that quest you were sent to the same area again, this time to the Anchorage Memorial, tasked with placing an observer kit inside one of the Mirelurk spawning pods to study them. But there's a catch. One of the optional objectives is to not kill any of them, and so this made for a really fun but terrifying experience for me. I do also want to mention how cool that memorial statue is of the 3 United States soldiers banded together for a pose etched in stone in the nation's capital, serving as one of the most iconic images you'll come across in all of DC. Like a piece of the Fallout universe becoming tied into actual US history, but the coolest part is when you witness it live in the Anchorage DLC.
Sir! Alright boys, I'm gonna make you famous. Get yourselves into a heroic pose. Okay, that's it. Just like that. Hold still. Excellent. The Capital pose thanks you. Who knows, maybe someone will turn this photo into a statue one day.
I was grinning ear to ear when that happened. These are the types of moments that get you invested and caring about the Fallout lore. It's part of why I enjoyed the Anchorage DLC as much as I did, despite its glaring flaws. But that's something to save for a video on the DLCs. The final thing left to do in Chapter 2 is get your health below 50%, while breaking a limb in the process as a bonus.
Great! I never get to study anyone who's severely injured. Not without them crying to be fixed right away or trying to bleed out and all that. But obviously, you can handle a lot of abuse. So if I'm ever going to find a good example of human anatomy and injury resistance, it'd be you.
This is easily achievable by spreading your wings and flying away off the 2nd level of Megaton. All while nobody around you bats an eye, because how could you judge this fool flying off the top rope, given how much of an idiot you are for living around a live atomic bomb? The final chapter was the one that took the longest to finish, not because the requirements in completing its subtasks are difficult, nor are they time-consuming, nor are they even that much further away in distance than the ones earlier, but rather because it's super easy to get sidetracked when doing these. There were multiple other main quest missions and side quests I did while completing these, and lots of different places I ventured off and discovered along the way. But let's focus on my Chapter 3 lead-off subtask, which involved traveling to the Arlington Public Library. The library is on the southernmost tip of downtown DC's west of the Potomac region. You actually don't even have to head into the DC districts to get there. It's technically part of the Wasteland, but once you're there, You're met by a few Brotherhood paladins and get introduced to the faction if you haven't met them yet already.
Keep moving, Wastelander.
While you can complete the main task, Mora sends you off to the library to do right then and there by speaking to Scribe Yearling and jumping on that terminal in the lobby. You have to head deeper into the building to complete the optional objective that involves fighting alongside Brotherhood soldiers. When I first arrived at Falls Church prior to here, having been swamped with enemies in DC and its metro Underworld all throughout the start of the game, with nobody alongside me to fight them with, it was refreshing to see familiar faces armed up and mowing down hostiles along me.
Stranger, I thank you for your aid. We must press forward. If you are willing to aid us, you are welcome to join us.
A large part of my playthrough was without a companion. My first companion was Fox, and I didn't get to Vault 87 until about a third of the way through my playthrough, so it was really lonely for a good long while, though it's certainly a large part of why the lonely, suffocating yet free and empty atmosphere of the game gripped me as tightly as it did. But these brief periods where you have powerful troops willing to lend you a hand if you lend them one back, these encounters are a powerful draw to the technology-obsessed US military remnants who originate all the way back to the West Coast in Lost Hills. And fighting alongside them made me want to become a paladin myself, to be a brother again like I was in Fallout 1. A couple years ago, when I took my first real deep dive into the Fallout universe with New Vegas, I didn't really understand why people loved the Brotherhood as much as they did. Then, when I went back and played the original, I started to notice how people could grow to like them. They give you some of the most powerful armor in the game and can give you a hand in a late game encounter. But even still, I didn't really see why this warranted so much obsession for these guys like the community seems to give them. Their presence in Fallout 2 is almost at a cameo level, even smaller than their brief but significant presence in New Vegas. And so it wasn't until I replayed Fallout 3 that I realized how much these guys turn a corner and become people you really want to be around, aside from their bigotry towards ghouls pointed out by Winthrop.
They see us and shoot on sight. At least they have the common courtesy to miss most of the time. Still, bigots.
The DC chapter of the Brotherhood is super altruistic, almost overly altruistic, and you can't help but notice if you played the original games that their demeanor is a departure from what they originally were about.
Our main goal is to survive. The scribes copy old plans for weapons or design new ones, and the knights make guns from them. Most guns come from us.
It's pretty clear Fallout 3's factions, which primarily consist of the Brotherhood, the Outcasts, the Enclave, and Raiders as a whole, have much less nuance than in other Fallout games. New Vegas is an obvious leap up, but even Fallout 1 has more shades of gray in their factions. The Brotherhood in Fallout 1 felt like a powerful cult that could eventually lead humanity forward, but it didn't seem like that was their main goal. They cared first and foremost about themselves. Then, you have a faction like the Followers of the Apocalypse, who felt like people with an incredible cause you couldn't help but want to support, despite it feeling like they were a bit delusional about reality and didn't have a clear plan on how they were going to achieve what they wanted.
We try to remind people why the Great War happened in the first place, and help ensure it won't ever happen again. We never give up hope. We never will. even though most live by the gun these days.
But still, they did what little they could, hoping to help the world rebuild peacefully, however long it would take. The factions had a granularity to them that's hard to find in Fallout 3, and the Brotherhood is a prime example of that. The Enclave being overly evil villains is something I'm more willing to forgive because that's how they were in Fallout 2, so that one's harder to criticize, but with regards to the Brotherhood in Fallout 3, they do have just a bit of a touch of nuance, in large part thanks to the presence of the Outcasts. If you did play Fallout 1 beforehand, you can sort of align with the Outcasts and how they feel.
Elder Lyons was nice and all, but we don't rescue technology by being nice. He was wasting my time, and my pop didn't raise me to have my time wasted. So when Kasdan left to continue the mission, I followed.
However, and this becomes clear after the Anchorage DLC, you realize how terrible of a path this tech hoarding mentality can lead down, and it sort of justifies this evolution in the Brotherhood's ideals. Though, it does make the faction feel like heroes of the wastes, and that makes them a bit less interesting than they were in Fallout 1, even if they're more likable here. I'm not sure how the reaction was near release, but my guess is Bethesda felt backlash for this new portrayal of the Brotherhood after Fallout 3, since the Fallout 4 portrayal of the Brotherhood is much less warm-hearted. Personally, I feel like they somewhat cheapened the depth of the Brotherhood here with how they painted Elder Lyons' new path forward, and it made for a sort of boring major conflict in the main quest. But I don't think Bethesda's portrayal of the Brotherhood is all bad, given some of their other additions around it all. Like I said, I think the Outcast's disgruntled existence made for an interesting clash of ideologies, original beliefs versus beliefs that have evolved. It made for an intriguing interfaction conflict that has you question, who are the real Brotherhood soldiers here? Would I even want to pair with the original Brotherhood ideals? What would John Maxson think about all this? Does his opinion even matter, though? Isn't this a better step forward for the Brotherhood? Lyons has taken heat not only from the Outcasts, who have abandoned him, but from back home on the West Coast as well, and according to head scribe Rothschild, the Western Elders cut off contact years ago. Even still in uniform members like Scribe Yearling take issue with him.
By assembling and recording this knowledge, we scribes can analyze it and use it to further the goals of the Brotherhood. Whatever our Elder decides that those goals are, that is. It is not my place to criticize Elder Lyons. All I will say to an outsider is that he is not a traditionalist. That is all.
These are nice details that do go a decent way towards giving the DC Brotherhood chapter just a few shades of nuance. But speaking for my character, speaking as a player living in that world, the Capital Wastelands chapter of the Brotherhood became a group of people I wanted to be a part of. I got behind what they stood for, and I wanted to get behind Elder Lyons' new way forward.
Hail. Hail. Hail.
Finding your way about all right? Brothers, as we take our meal this day, let us reflect upon the words of Elder Patroclus of the Montana Bunker. It is in service of steel and guardianship of one's brothers that each man finds his purpose. My friends, stand with your brothers. Guard them. Guide them. And in each of them find purpose. Look around this table, my brothers. Look into the eyes of each man and woman seated here today. Pledge in your hearts and minds. Pledge by your guns that you will stand with them in battle until the end. Trust each of them with your life and earn the trust of each in turn. Eat well, my friends.
The penultimate task within the Wasteland Survival Guide in my case was heading to Robco facility on the western half of the map. But before I headed over there, I took some time away from the guide to chill in Megaton. It was just before 6 and I needed a drink, so I headed up to Moriarty's. I grabbed my usual bottle of whiskey.
See you soon, drunkie.
And met a new Megatonner.
I don't recognize you. New in town or something? I'm looking for someone to make a delivery. Interested?
I had time to kill, and there's really nothing else to do in Megaton besides drink and shoot up with Leo Stahl, so I signed up for the job, and thus began the quest, Blood Ties. By nature of Fallout being a post-apocalyptic setting, many years after the bombs dropped, it allows for incredibly unique settlements like Rivet City, Little Lamplight, and a town built on a half-standing river overpass, known as Arefu. One of the little things I love about Fallout, even dating back to the first, are the creative signages you see when you come upon one of the universe's post-apocalyptic buildings or settlements. There's so much artistic creativity throughout the games, and Arefu visually is one of my favorite locations to just look at with free cam, especially at night. According to the game guide, the town used to have as many as 30 people living in it, but the population has slowly withered away.
Hang on, you're not one of them. I nearly blasted you in two. Get over here before they spot you. Now what the hell are you doing all the way out here?
Evan's an old, wrinkly-faced wastelander with that old man charm you often get from characters voiced by this voice actor. I absolutely love him. Evan tells you he's too busy to play delivery boy. He's got a town to protect after all, and it's being attacked by some gang named the Family.
Well, at first they do their typical gang bullshit. You know, break stuff and make lots of noise. But they always kept their distance. But this last time, they went too far. They killed all of our Brahmin. I mean, that's our lifeblood out here, you know.
And so when you go deliver it yourself, and you see Lucy's parents lying on the ground shriveled up like raisins, then you look up at the wall and see the Family written in blood on the wall. Now there's a common point of interest between you guys. Evan claims they always travel in the dark, so I waited around till midnight hoping to catch a glimpse of the gang, but nope. Evan gives you a few destinations to poke around at as starting points, and so I made my way to those. I traveled through the night knowing this was my best chance to spot them, but given the aforementioned darker night spot I had installed, this came with a price, in the form of anxiety.
Steal my secrets, are you?
Only after poking around Murphy's lab at Seneca do you open a door that reveals a sewer entrance that'll lead you into a subway tunnel, and it isn't before long that you run into Robert.
Whoa, slow down there. This area's off limits to everyone but the Family. Where the hell do you think you're going?
Welcome to Moresti, the Family's makeshift home. Away from the light, hidden from humanity, and preserved through blood. It's a clan of lost souls, led by a man named Vance.
Welcome to our home. My people call me Vance. I lead this group of weary travelers and outcasts who need a home. And to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?
A charismatic leader who's brought all of these outcasts together and centered them around one vision, one identity, that of the vampire.
What you see before you is the last bastion of hope for the downtrodden and misunderstood. It is a sanctuary for the oppressed and a beacon of faith for the tyrannized. We are the remnants of society, cast aside like the clean-picked bones of a hunter's feast. I led my flock beneath the sun-baked sands of the wasteland to keep them safe and teach them my ways. Men of science would call us cannibals, eaters of human flesh. Society labels us as monsters, demons, and the unclean.
He's turned these former cannibals into ones who still kill, but only drink the blood instead of eating the flesh, okay? I mean, shit, you killed the poor souls, you might as well clean up the rest of it instead of just leaving it there. I don't see how this is any better, except that blood is a replenishable resource. A weird way of thinking about it, but I guess it is. So I guess it's better than cannibalism that way? People don't need to die. But I didn't see a blood drive when I passed by the local school on my way here, so are we supposed to ask all the Wastelanders to collectively cut themselves and drip their blood into a tin can so we can feed a family? Vance buried his head into vampire legends originating from the old world and found a way to carve it into reality, taking lead as the shepherd of his flock, But you can tell from conversating with the members that the rules and regulations, the quote-unquote laws Vance has stipulated for them to recite, are only passively accepted, and perhaps begrudgingly so. Vance is obviously a little cuckoo, but he's not doing all of this out of malice, I don't think.
You look quite troubled, my darling. What's on your mind?
I wonder if the family will really work. Sometimes, with all the troubles we have, it seems impossible to hold it together.
Oh, come on now, Vance. You're doing what's best for these people. If it wasn't for you, they'd be living in the wastes. Or dead.
You always have had a knack for making me feel better.
It's the least I can do, Vance. You give so much and rarely receive. I'm glad I'm here to help.
I think he genuinely cares about these people, and so I didn't want to kill him outright because I think he had a good heart, but accepting their parasitic nature that takes away innocent life in order to satiate their thirst, that's not going to happen, and so I'm left trying to find a compromise. Do I really want to compromise with killers though? And that's only a question I ask myself looking back. If a compromise does prevent killing, is it going to be sustainable? If I consider myself someone who looks out for the best interest of the wasteland and the people within it, isn't it best if I remove a serious potential threat? Am I not otherwise putting the wasteland at risk by being an enabler of a group of people that prey on others?
She really misses being home, and she's asked about me and here a lot. I think I had it all wrong. I shouldn't have come here. I bet Lucy is feeling just as bad as me. Please, tell Vance I've made my decision. I'm going home to Arefu. I hope to see you there as well. I'm just gonna gather my stuff together and say my goodbyes, then I'll head on back.
I showed Ian the letter and convinced him to move back to Arefu, though I partially regretted it because it did feel like he was around people that cared about him and could try to temper his hunger, and I'm putting the people in Arefu at risk by bringing Ian back. Though, I did also create a compromise between Arefu and the family where the family would protect the town so long as they were fed enough blood through blood packs, but what worries me is we can expect the family to continue to grow, and they're going to need more blood packs, and the supply of blood packs is going to grow thinner and thinner, so what then? This is only a temporary bandage to cover a perpetual blood-squirting wound. Would it not have been better to kill them all? Maybe that's the only compromise. And I'm curious what your take is. I don't know what it is, but something about the family and the way they were characterized, it seemed off to me. And I don't just mean that they live in a rundown subway station and that their diet consists solely of blood. Yes, that's a bit off. Maybe that the family is lacking is a better word, but it was hard for me to believe these guys actually consumed blood. I didn't see big spurts of blood on the ground or stains on their clothes. Maybe I didn't look close enough. There were no dead bodies tossed anywhere. I never saw them in action. They seemed like normal NPCs filling in as actors for an act created by the writers. I don't know, something about their faction seemed lacking to me, and it made the quest less memorable. It felt like there needed to be another level of believability, something that showed me these people were dangerous, that they weren't just like every other human, because my interactions with them, apart from maybe Vance because he talks so unconventionally, my interactions with them kept telling me that these guys aren't weird or mysterious, when I was wishing they were, but I suppose that's the point of the story, that they are just like the rest of the people in the wasteland, just with a different appetite. Still, I can't help but admit I was underwhelmed and that I wish Moresti felt just a sliver more sinister, but with a loving, cult-like undertone instead. I think it would have made them much more interesting, even if it would have altered the quest and how they're written a bit. As it stands, the family's very bland, and I didn't find this to be one of the better quests. Back to the survival guide, I geared up for my journey west to Robco facility in order to study robotics technology for the book. This was one hell of a trek, having been started in the middle of a sandstorm, but when looking at my Pip-Boy map, I saw there was a decently clear path of paved roads I could take to lead me to the facility, and so that's roughly the path I took to get there. A sandstorm was still prevalent when I stepped into that quiet, detached town near the middle of the day, and it's worth a reminder once more that I haven't seen almost all of the side content in the game until this playthrough, Andale included. A nice little place here, I thought to myself. The town had a red rocket pit stop, a succession of shattered homes, and a small young boy playing outside, hazily off in the distance.
Hey, anything going on? You're new here, aren't you? Wow. I've never got a chance to talk to the new people. Dad always takes care of them, before I get a chance. My mom cooks and cleans the house, and my dad goes to work with Mr. Wilson. They work in the basement, or sometimes in Mr. Wilson's shed. Dad says that when I'm older, I'll come to work with him, and we're in the family business. It's swell, except I wish there were more kids, and my dad says I'm gonna have to marry smelly old Ginny Wilson someday. He keeps saying stuff to my mom about keeping the family going, and how when him and Mr. Wilson were brothers, they didn't want to get married. It's weird. That means Mr. Wilson is my uncle, and Ginny is something. I don't know. It seems weird to marry her.
Incestuous arranged marriages. Okay, this place is off to a bit of an odd start. Let's knock on some doors and speak with the kids' parents. I started with the single floor.
What? How? How did you get in here? What are you doing in this town? Get out! Get out while you can! Don't believe me, do you? Just check out the basement or that shed. There's a reason they're locked.
Turns out Old Man Harris's home was the first one I went into, and that sudden shock of warning he lets out perked my ass right up in my stupidly purchased gaming chair, and I ran over to the shed. He tells you to check out to see for yourself, but it was locked. And so, doing a good karma to play through, I didn't want to leave this place without taking care of any evil that was going on here. And even if this wasn't a good karma playthrough, there's no way I was leaving without figuring out what was going on here. I spent the next dozens of minutes getting to know the local families, seeing if I could uncover any secrets.
The good Lord made Andale for days like today. Hello there, fella. Good to meet you. Name's Smith, Jack Smith. Welcome to Andale, the best little town in Virginia. The great Commonwealth of Virginia is alive and well. In fact, we just voted ourselves a new governor. Yes, sir, it's every American's civic duty to cast his vote for his favorite Republican candidate. Am I right? Feel free to stay in Andale as long as you like. Heck, stop by the house for dinner sometime if you'd like. Just let Linda know beforehand so she can make enough for four.
Isn't the right to vote the very foundation of a democracy? Fortunately, in the interest of national security, I'm not at liberty.
Welcome to Andale.
I saw human parts on the table, strange meat in the fridge, skeletons caged and dangling upside down, their flesh picked clean in between the bones. Andale for me was the location that cemented my desire of wanting to explore every location, every marked place in Fallout 3's world. If a location like this existed by happenstance, had no quest tied to it, if a wasteland side story as eerie as this one popped up out of nowhere on a short walk west of home, I couldn't wait to find out what the hell else was out there, what other infatuating stories lay dormant across DC for me to find. Walking into the homes of these make-believe 50s American families, adults who are either insane or paranoid of you uncovering something they don't want you to see, or both, you can't help but wonder what the hell is going on here. And then, once you pry into their food preparation room, you find out exactly what's going on, and it sends chills down your spine. Cannibalism is such a taboo concept in the world we live in. It freaks me the fuck out whenever I see it come up in the Fallout universe, but it commonly comes up, and that's honestly to be expected. It's a lawless society that doesn't have an adequate supply of food for those living within it. It's just surreal to see it for yourself firsthand. It made my stomach turn.
Hey there, stranger. I got something I want to talk to you about. I couldn't help but notice that you were poking around in Bill's shed. So, did you find what you were looking for in there? You're right, it sure would have. You know, you're a breath of fresh air. Every time someone discovers our little secret, we have to hear about it. It's always, oh, how can you do this? Or, you're such terrible people. Or, please not me, I have a kid in Rivet City. Well, I have kids too. Family first, that's the way it works in Andale. From the day that the first 4 families decided to stay here. You're not bad, stranger. Stop on by any time and ask Linda for one of her special meat pies. You should really stop by for dinner sometime.
What's up?
You're going to pay for that.
Ultimately, my gut told me to wipe this place clean of the cannibals preying on the Capital Wasteland's population. People who are just trying to make it through their lives in the waste. Like that person who had a kid in Rivet City Jack mentioned. He has to find a way to feed his kids, and he's probably doing it without killing other humans. You want to feed your kids? Don't do it by picking apart other human beings facing the same plight as you. Find another way. But I realize I say that as someone who's privileged enough to be born into a society that doesn't have insane food shortages like the Capital Wasteland does. I could have hit the unlucky lottery and been born into a town that practiced cannibalism to get through the hell that is post-war DC. Jack hit those lucky numbers. And just to play a sick devil's advocate here, let's look at it from his point of view. Originally, there were 4 families who survived the nuclear war and remained in Andale, or Annandale as it was originally called, before the bombs fell. As the years went by and the generations continued, 2 families remained. Incest began and food supplies ran dry. These people, instead of accepting the end of a reliance on food they had stored pre-war and assimilating into the rest of the wasteland's methods for procuring food by trading with caravans, by trading with hunters and gatherers, they stayed in the silo of Andale and decided to procure food through murder, through eating flesh of any passerby. Food seems to be much more scarce in DC than somewhere like New Vegas. There's very little vegetation, and we're 200 years removed from what packaged food remained after the bombs dropped, and that food supply is only going to dwindle further. I shudder to think that humanity comes to a day where cannibalism is the last resort, but maybe that's what these families believed is the case, and they used cannibalism to survive and keep their loved ones surviving as well and hunger-free. I believe Jack when he says he's just trying to keep his family fed. In that sense, that is honorable to a degree, I guess. But like I said, there are plenty of other people out in the wasteland trying to find ways to eat and feed their families despite the food supply struggle, without resorting to cannibalism. Like Tammy Hargrave in Rivet City, as much of a shitty parent as she is. Interestingly, her husband is missing, and based on that dialogue from Jack about a man pleading to not be eaten because he has a kid in Rivet City, it's very possible these cannibals destroyed the lives of the Hargrave family, that their parasitic nature helped lead Tammy to becoming a drunk, and James growing up under verbal abuse and piss-poor parenting certainly doesn't excuse Tammy ending up the way she did. And maybe she was like that before, but losing a husband doesn't help. And we find yet another kid without a father, this time possibly due to cannibals. And you could see from that example how these cannibals are preying on others despite the intentions of taking care of the ones they love in their family and keeping them full. They are ultimately harming the world surrounding them, and that's why I don't regret taking the lives I did there. These are the post-apocalyptic stories that really fuck with your mind. A creepy, morally peculiar, partially comedic tale of the wasteland. The death count thanks to the families in Andale totals in the hundreds and maybe even the thousands, according to Old Man Harris.
Hello! I saw what happened out there, stranger. Those people may have been my family, but it had to be done. I was like them for so many years. I can't even talk about it. The only thing I can do is try to raise these kids and make Andale into a decent place.
Thankfully, he decides to take on the responsibility of watching over these kids and growing them into people who can lead a respectable community, one you could stomach as a neighboring town in the wasteland. Almost on cue, the dust storm settled on my way out of Andale, but it would still be hours before I arrived at my original destination of Robco facility. I spotted Fallout 3's famous skyscraping tower off in the distance, and it was almost at that moment that I determined a detour was going to be made before we arrived at Robco.
Tell Tenpenny he can kiss my ass. We've got plenty of bottle caps. Let me in, goddammit.
How many times do we have to go through this? You're not getting in.
I can stand here all day yelling at you through this damn speaker if I have to.
I've already told you Tenpenny won't allow zombies to live here.
Who the hell are you calling a zombie?
You're definitely not human, that's for damn sure. For the last time, no zombies allowed.
Can't you tell the difference between me and a feral? Fine, I'll show you the goddamn difference. Just you wait. You'll get yours, all of you. I'm really not in the mood, so leave me alone.
After witnessing this interaction between Roy Phillips and Chief Gustavo, some of the memories from my first playthrough came back. I vaguely remember entering Tenpenny Tower to complete the Power of the Atom quest. As I mentioned before, I blew up Megaton, but I never did the Tenpenny Tower side quest, or at least I don't remember doing it if I did. So I was excited to see what was in store.
Maybe you'll fit in around here better than I thought. Welcome to Tenpenny Tower. Don't do anything stupid.
I'm on duty, can't talk. Direct your security concerns to Chief Gustavo directly.
Evening. My name is Tiffany Cheng. My miserable excuse for a husband is Comrade Irving Cheng, and you can tell him I said so.
After gaining entry inside and speaking with the local residents, I soon remembered how the place was home to human bigotry towards ghouls. And having made a ghoul friend back in Megaton, not to mention the other mutated friends I made in past games, and on top of that, remembering the phrase 3-Dog frequently reminds us of over the radio.
Just a friendly reminder to all you would-be bigots out there, ghouls are people too. You see, children, Ghouls are simply humans who've been exposed to an ungodly amount of radiation and haven't had the good fortune to die. Sure, they may look like hideous zombies from an old monster flick, but their hearts, their souls, their tears are all very much human. So please, if you meet one of the Capital Wasteland's mini ghouls, leave your prejudice at the door and your pistol in its holster.
I decided right then and there that I was going to make Tenpenny Tower a place where ghouls and humans could come together. I wanted this high-standing tower to be a proud beacon of equality amongst those in the wastes. So I tried to make that happen.
You there! Put your weapons away. Come over here. No funny business, unless you want to get shot. What are you doing here? It's not safe for your kind around here. Oh yeah? Is he expecting you? Well then, run along. It's not wise to keep Roy waiting. Has a bit of a temper, that one. You watch yourself. Yes? What do you want? Tenpenny and his pack of elitist wannabes can't keep us out of that tower forever. We've got rights, and we'll take them if they aren't given to us. They think I'm a monster? I'll show them the real monsters. Those snooty bitches probably can't stand living with each other, let alone with us. But by all means, try talking to Tenpenny if you like. But it won't work. Then we'll do it my way.
Chief Gustavo and a handful of the residents inside Tenpenny Tower scoff at the idea of ghouls being fellow residents, as they clutch their pearls and gasp at you. As I said, there's a lot of bigotry from residents inside the tower, but other residents are not really bigots per se, but more so just afraid. Afraid of the diseases they might carry, afraid of them turning feral, ultimately afraid of the unknown.
Hello, dear. I've heard they carry diseases. I'd have to sanitize everything after them all the time. Besides, they are dangerous, aren't they? I don't know. As long as they don't cause trouble. And they'd have to try to fit in with our established community. I guess I'd be willing to give it a try.
As it stands, some of the humans in Tenpenny Tower simply opt for the status quo, but are open to change if it were to occur. And I think this divide between the bigots and those simply willing to follow whatever the status quo is an important divide to take note of. The latter portion are not outright bigots. They're humans who can be reasoned with. People like Margaret, Tiffany, Dr. Banfield, and of course Herbert Daring Dashwood. Even Tenpenny himself is open-minded towards ghouls living in his tower, so long as they pay and follow the rules like the rest of the residents.
Ghouls living here? You're serious? I don't suppose I'd mind terribly if ghouls were to live here. And it would be a good bit of sport hunting them down if they misbehaved. I dare say, though, you'll have a bit of trouble convincing certain residents to go along with your novel proposition. Tell you what, if you can convince Mr. and Mrs. Wellington, Mr. Ling, Miss Montenegro, and Ms. Lancaster, those ghouls can live here. Have you seen me shoot? I'm quite proficient, if I do say so myself.
There are two easy ways to go about this quest: side with the humans and eliminate the ghouls, or vice versa. There's a third path though, one you'll appreciate if you're a good karma perfect path seeker like my character. You could try to convince Tenpenny to let the ghouls live alongside the humans in Tenpenny Tower. Tenpenny, like I said, is pretty relaxed about this, and that caught me by surprise, I gotta admit. I'm guilty of assuming he'd be the biggest bigot of them all since he owned the tower, and I was happy to be proven wrong. He just wants them to pay their share of the bargain, as you'd expect from a businessman. But he adds one condition. He wants agreement from a handful of residents, 5 specifically. He wants confirmation that they'd be willing to accept ghouls living among them before he signs off on the proposal. Those 5 individuals, Anthony.
Why would you hang out with dirty vermin like that? You enjoy sifting through feces? You know it's only a matter of time before they get hungry and eat you. You're crazy. Ghouls will never live in Tenpenny Tower.
Lydia.
If they got in here, they'd get their filth over everything. You can smell them a mile away. I hope they come back and get killed by security.
Susan.
Well, if you don't mind their stink, then you should go squat with them in their dirty tunnels and leave us civilized people alone.
Millicent.
You're better mannered than your apparent breeding would indicate. It is nice to make your acquaintance. You didn't happen to catch a glimpse of any ghouls on your way in here, did you?
And Edgar.
Is to that Susan Lancaster's room? How positively shameful.
Mm-hmm.
You're just humoring me, aren't you? You haven't heard a word I've said, have you?
Uh-huh.
I swear, Edgar, it's in one ear and out the other with you. Ugh!
I know you've been pressuring people into allowing ghouls to live here. Who do you think you are, harassing honest people like that? You should be ashamed of yourself. I certainly won't allow ghouls to live here.
All fall in the bigot category, and there's no way they're going to agree to letting ghouls live among them. Luckily, I had a high-speech character, and so I was able to get each of them to hand-jive their asses into the main lobby and out the door. And so with those bad apples thrown out, the tower was that much closer to becoming peaceful, to becoming welcoming, featuring both humans and ghouls. The only residents left were ones who were open to welcoming flesh-rotted faces into the building, along with Chief Gustavo, who, while falling into the bigot camp, will stay in his lane so long as Tenpenny doesn't have any issues. It takes quite a bit of extra time and effort into doing the good guy branch of this quest compared to the other 2 branches. Speaking to all the residents and making sure they're on board, making trips back and forth between the tower and the metro to act as a mediator.
What's the status on those Tenpenny bigots? I'll be damned. Really? Good job, kid. I was willing to unleash the ferals and kill all those bigots. Guess I don't have to now.
But thankfully, at the end of it all, it'll lead to a fabulous ending where everyone lives happily ever after in Tenpenny Tower.
I hope those ghouls try to get along with us civilized people.
How are you?
Oh, just wonderful. Thanks for asking.
Hey there. Tenpenny Tower is a wonderful place to live, isn't it?
Enjoy.
Wonderful. Thank you, dear.
Hi. Thanks for helping those ghouls. They really aren't so bad.
Haha. Hey there, bud. Thanks again for helping us get in here. Beats the wasteland and dirty tunnels, that's for damn sure.
Where ghouls live alongside humans in luxury, comfort, and safety. And oh my god, what the fuck, Tenpenny's dead.
Hey there, bud. I'm afraid Tenpenny and I had a little disagreement. Not to worry, though. He soon had a little accident. Problem solved.
Roy doesn't tell you why he did it, just that he and Tenpenny had a quote-unquote disagreement that led to an quote-unquote accident. It's not clear what the disagreement was, but what is clear is that Roy Phillips' resolution was murder. And remember, Tenpenny was the one who ultimately signed off on ghouls entering the tower.
Well, If my tenants want ghoul neighbors, they can have them, though the ghouls must pay and follow the rules like everyone else.
He had the highest power in that say. He just wanted them to abide by the rules like the incumbent human residents. So I doubt Tenpenny did anything egregious, especially nothing to be murdered over, though I guess we don't know for sure. But Roy's pompous sarcasm doesn't help his cause in the least, and I was about to resort to murder myself. I felt like he owed it to me to tell me what the fuck happened, but that's as far as my character was willing to ask, so to see Tenpenny be open to allowing ghouls enter his tower and then now end up dead in the tub. This was a cause I myself persuaded him to join, and I felt guilty for his death because of that. But, like, what was I to do there? Kill Roy? And what would that solve? Maybe Tenpenny was really being an ass and he deserved it. That's all I could hope, but deep down, I knew better. A tough end to the quest, but I had other matters I had to attend to in the wasteland, so I went and did that. Let's fast forward tens and tens of hours later. I decided to stop by the tower to see how things were going.
Morning. We are safe from the wasteland in here.
Strangely though, there were no humans.
I would surely have perished if it wasn't for Roy Phillips and his tower.
Hey, kid. I was wrong about you. Good job. Hey, Roy decided to take out the trash. I'm glad I lost my sense of smell. You'll want to stay clear of the basement storage room. Live it up while it lasts. Good to see you.
Tenpenny Tower is a wonderful place to live, isn't it?
If you had a similar sequence of events in this quest like I did, I think you'll feel where I'm coming from when I tell you I not only felt a deep, deep sadness, but I felt rage. I felt rage towards Roy, obviously, but also rage towards Bethesda. Here I was, this good karma player, trying to make the wasteland as peaceful and hospitable as possible, trying to get civilization rolling again, and yet despite my best efforts, it resulted in innocent people, good people even, like Herbert Daring Dashwood, someone who was not only willing to give the ghouls a chance, but loved the idea of ghouls living alongside humans in the tower.
Let me ask you, you ever met a ghoul before? Ah, you've already learned some wisdom in your youth. Congratulations. Some ghouls moved into the nearby metro tunnel. There's a bunch of the so-called feral ghouls in there, but a handful seem the sociable type. I've tried explaining to my fellow tenants that not all ghouls are monsters, but they don't seem to care.
Even he was part of this massacre. No disagreement excuse was gonna save Roy this time.
Haha. Hey there, bud. Thanks again for helping us get in here. They had it coming, but I don't have to justify myself to you or any other smooth skin. In fact, you'd best piss off if you don't want to join them.
As he said, he didn't have to justify himself to me or any other smooth skin. It's clear he viewed all humans the same, just as those bigoted humans viewed all ghouls the same. Throughout my time with Fallout, I've sort of grown a soft spot for ghouls. They have it harder than humans in a lot of ways, no doubt. And they often get treated like shit. Gob is a prime example.
Wait, you're not gonna hit me? Yell at me? Not even berate me a little bit? Well now, that's a surprise. I'm used to every asshole smooth skin in this town giving me shit just because I look like a corpse. I'm glad to see that there are a few worthwhile people around here. Listen, Moriarty'd have my head if he caught me selling at a discount. But for you, I'll risk it.
Roy and his fellow ghouls are ill-treated as well, looked at differently. Perhaps rightfully so, but they don't have to be treated with such shit, you know? Bessie, her story is incredibly humanizing.
Me, I just like the way he looks at me. Makes me feel pretty again. I'd go anywhere with him. I used to be pretty, you know. Everyone used to come around all the time. People stop wanting to be around you, though. When it starts to happen. When you start to change, I mean.
You feel for ghouls like her the more time you spend with them.
He heard about this Tenpenny asshole, and now he's trying to get us in that tower. He's hatching some kind of plan to kill all those bigot bastards. Believe it or not, I used to vacation there. I wasn't always like this. I was a goddamn scientist. We were doing great things. Amazing things. Sure, sacrifices were required. Some people got hurt, but we were making real progress. But then those goddamn bombs dropped. Karma's a real bitch. You'd be wise to remember that.
But when in the case of Roy and the ghouls here in Tenpenny Tower, despite being different, you get treated the same, and then you overstep things the other way, that's when I gotta step in and deliver Wasteland justice, giving fuck all what the karma system has to say about it. In the Tenpenny Tower quest, you come to the realization, when speaking to each resident one by one, that it's not fair to bucket all the humans inside Tenpenny into a bad person bigot category. Just like, as I came to the realization in that moment, it's not right to give all ghouls in the Wasteland a pass just because they're a ghoul. You can't generalize the races in Fallout, because even if every super mutant you've met up to that point has tried to rip your head off, you might run into some who are different if you give them a chance. Similarly, even though Gob, Lenny, and the ghouls of Necropolis' Underworld, who Roy and his gang reminded me a lot of, living under the earth while they really dreamt of living on the topsoil, except Roy and his gang were overly aggressive for that territory, whereas the ghouls of Necropolis' Underworld were overly docile. All of these guys made me empathetic towards ghouls as a whole, but that doesn't mean every ghoul is worth helping. Maybe not all of the humans inside the hotel treated Roy well. These were the most willing individuals though, so if I were to guess, I'd say they probably were pretty welcoming, but like with Tenpenny, I guess I can't say for certain. What I do know is that Herbert Daring Dashwood wasn't offensive. There's absolutely no way he was. And that's probably why Bethesda included him as part of the massacre, so it's clear to you that this was an act of hatred towards all humans by Roy. In the end, I think Roy looks at you barely any differently than the way he looks at the other humans that he killed. He treats you with just a little less contempt because you helped him achieve what he wanted. I don't care if this is a good karma roleplay and that I earned bad karma here, I will kill Roy in this situation 10 out of 10 times. As much as I dislike and disagree with the bad karma given if you kill Roy, I fucking love the outcome of this quest despite despising it in the moment. Like 3 always says, ghouls are people too, and just like people can be nice, people can be mean, they can be nasty. The writing here proves to you that ghouls are just as nasty sometimes as humans, and it's told to you through a tragic story that leaves you feeling blame on behalf of someone else's actions, which is the absolute worst. And like I said, if you followed a similar path to me here, you probably felt rage towards Bethesda. But I did everything right, yeah, and so what? Good people, despite their best intentions, could have results that end in terrible outcomes. That's just life. Too often in games, when we do the right things, we get rewarded with happy endings. And that's boring. That's not always how life works. In real life, you could involve yourself into something having the utmost moral aim. You could have a goal of making a certain situation better for everyone involved, and yet despite your purpose, despite however good your actions were, the situation could end with it having been better if you never stepped in at all. If I never would have showed up to the front gate, ultimately, things would have been better than the way they are now, even though I had a bleeding heart. The Tenpenny Tower side quest did so much for the Capital Wasteland and making it feel like a real place because it's so authentic, a deep story, wonderfully characterized individuals, and an ending that you wouldn't expect in a video game. And that's why even with the anger I had in game, even with the more than questionable karma decision if you kill Roy, I don't let that dissuade me from considering this as one of the best quests in Fallout 3. The absolute lowlight of my journey those few days away from home was exploring the exact place I left Megaton to see. Fallout 3 has a lot of locations, as we know, but loads of them, despite being named and marked on your Pip-Boy, and maybe even part of a quest like this one, are probably places you'll forget existed years later, and Robco Facility is one of those places. Sure, it's cool to see model Protectrons in the opening hall and then walk through the remains of an old Robco break room, now riddled with rubble, mole rats, and rataroaches, wondering about what once was. But what else stands about this place? It's just sort of here for you to loot, which is fine, I guess. I mean, that's part of the gameplay loop. You need places like this to exist. I'm not saying these places should be removed from the game, and they certainly help set apart places like Red Racer and Dunwich, but they just feel a bit uninspiring, that's all. I'm talking about the places like Bethesda Ruins, the Chrysalis Building, and Alexandria Arms. Installing the widget and heading back home, I was ready to begin the final task of the Wasteland Survival Guide.
Yes, Rivet Cities in particular. It's the most successful survivor settlement around, but no one here really knows how it started. Of course, that's why it's important to know how a place like that succeeded. So I need you to go there and do some researching.
Rivet City is the largest location in Fallout 3, and it's really quite staggering when you first come upon it and view it off in the distance. I started this playthrough after having just finished Fallout 2 a few weeks prior, and it's hard not to draw similarities with the ship off San Fran, the PMV Valdez. Like with Vault 101, it's like that whole location came to life in 3D on the other side of America. Especially when you go to find Horace Pinkerton in the broken off bow and fight off post-nuclear creatures who found a way in, akin to when you explore the abandoned cargo hold in 2, although it's much more terrifying in 3D.
How the hell did you get in here? I suppose you can't be all that bad if you made it this far without dying. This is the part where you tell me what the hell you are doing bothering an old man who obviously wants to be left alone. Get on with it already.
Chatting with Pinkerton reveals the true story of Rivet City's founding, at least told through his words. Around 40 years ago, Pinkerton helped remnants of the Naval Research Institute, likely a reference to the U.S. Naval Research Laboratory, attain new lab space by leading an exploration team to an abandoned aircraft carrier, which would later go on to be Rivet City. After clearing the Mirelurk infestation present, the team found a leftover science lab that would soon become the seed that sprouted this entire settlement. About 2 decades after the Mirelurks were cleared and the team moved into the ship, Dr. Lee, who was, of course, a member of your father's team working on Project Purity, approached Rivet City and introduced the project to Pinkerton's team. The team soon became enamored with the venture, excluding Pinkerton, who was later cast off in favor of Lee running the show, and hence secluded himself into an isolated part of the ship, locked away far from the rest of the city and next door to Mirelurks he once cleared off to help build this place.
That lasted until about 18 years ago, when those ambitious backbiters like Lee and her little team showed up. She came in with her big Purity Project pipe dream, and my whole staff started working with her, those traitors. She even took my seat on the council. By then, I was glad to leave it behind. But hell, if I'm leaving the city I made great.
He comes off as a typical self-absorbed scientist you often see in fiction, like with Dr. Lesko. But I couldn't help but feel for this guy. He witnessed the city he helped become a flourishing capital in the wasteland turn against him, though I suppose it's thanks to his own arrogance and pettiness for not having things go his way. But alas, he finds himself kicked away into the broken off bow of the ship, and it's sort of symbolic he lives in the detached bow when you view the city from afar and notice there's 2 parts to it. One which is stable and floating, the boat's body, and the other part that's broken off and teetering on its own, even though it was once the head of the ship, leading the charge. Uncovering this information from Pinkerton concludes the Wasteland Survival Guide, but while we're in Rivet City, let's talk about some of the other side quests that take place here, because there are quite a few. We can start with one surrounding the first face you meet once you cross the bridge onto the ship, the one centered around Harkness, Rivet City's security chief.
Hold it right there. State your business in Rivet City. And who might your father be? If he lives on this boat, I know him.
Who is also a Generation 3 synthetic humanoid, an android. Harkness, aka A3-21, escaped the Commonwealth after having worked with the Synth Retention Bureau as a courser.
Our main instrument is the Courser, a third-generation synth assigned to operate on the surface. Coursers hunt down and reclaim synths that have escaped the Institute.
He was explained by multiple synths he was tasked to capture about the notion of self-determination and the ability to think for one's self, reminding him to be aware of the sentience he possesses. Of course, without getting too much into Fallout 4 spoilers, the premise of this quest, the moral issues that reside within it, would go on to become one of the central conflicts in Fallout 4, sort of like this quest was blown up and made into its own game, which I think is super cool. It's one of the most interesting issues you're presented with in the Capital Wasteland, and one of the most unique additions Bethesda made to the Fallout universe since taking over the franchise. The quest is introduced before speaking with Dr. Lee and advancing the main quest. You overhear a conversation between one of Dr. Lee's assistant and Dr. Zimmer, the android's creator and leader of the Institute's Synth Retention Bureau, who's on the hunt to find his missing android.
We don't know about your runaway robot, and we don't care. This lab is dedicated to solving real problems.
But Dr. Lee...
Dr. Lee is trying to save lives, and your constant interruptions are interfering with those efforts. Now please, stand aside.
I'm sure the good doctor's work with water purification is fascinating. But if you only knew what was at stake. The technology in that android...
What's at stake? You won't tell me what's at stake. Vagaries and secrecy. A robot's a robot, Zimmer, no matter how shiny the paint job. Now, please.
Ignorance and facetiousness. That's all you people are good for. Shiny paint job indeed. You can't even imagine the Commonwealth's accomplishments. You there. What are you, some kind of lab assistant? No, you look a bit more weathered. Are you by any chance for hire? As it turns out, I've misplaced some very sensitive property. How do I put this in a way you'll understand? All you know of robots are those buckets of bolts, those Mr. Handshakers and whatnot. Well, that's not all a robot can be. You see, in the Commonwealth, we've made artificial persons, synthetic humanoids, programmed to think and feel and do whatever we need. And occasionally, they get confused and wander off.
Sounds like slavery to me. You sure they don't wander off on purpose?
Nonsense! This is a machine we're talking about. Can you enslave a generator or a water purifier? Of course not. The same principle applies. But let's get back to your mission. You are to find this missing android. I've tracked him to somewhere here in the Capital Wasteland. He must have done something drastic, like facial surgery and a mind wipe, or else I would have found him by now. It will be no easy task. He may not even realize he's an android. Don't upset him by talking with him. Just come get me immediately. I'll handle it.
Sorry, I've got better things to do.
You're as ignorant as all the other rats on this boat. When you realize I have the real cheese, you'll come crawling back. They always do.
You've been rather busy lately, asking questions, investigating. So is that it? You're some kind of investigator? A detective for hire? Or do you have some kind of personal grudge against an innocent android who simply wants to be left alone? Please tell me. I'd really like to know.
Immediately after speaking with Dr. Zimmer, I was confronted by Victoria Watts, a member of the synth freedom activist group known as the Railroad, a group you'll go on to meet in greater detail in Fallout 4. It was a little jarring to have her appear mere seconds after speaking with Dr. Zimmer, and not even in a new loaded area, but literally across the room he was standing in, though I've seen other people's playthroughs have her appear elsewhere, so not sure how she gets triggered, just wish it could have been some sort of delay in the script here. Typical Bethesda jank, but whatever. You're thrown into the middle of a messy situation. What do you do here? Are you cool with lying to this guy straight to his face for a cause you know little about? How do you know these railroad people don't hug their toasters as well? Toasters aren't sentient, though. Well, except for one.
I am online once again!
This all raises the question, are synths people too? Should we treat them just as any other computational device or as a human being?
Why would synths want to escape?
Synths do not want. They might look like human beings, but they're machines. As to why they're escaping? That matter is currently under investigation.
But that opens up a huge discussion that I think is best kept for a Fallout 4 video someday down the road. In my game, I took Victoria's word and lied to Zimmer in hopes of getting him to give up his search and leave the ship. I wanted what was best for Rivet City, a now critically important location for the rebuilding Capital Wasteland. And Harkness is one of the most important people in the city, acting as chief security officer. But I suppose looking at it from that point of view is a little selfish. I'm not necessarily helping Harkness simply because that might be the right thing to do. Thing is, I'm not sure what's right. Just a little part of me feels like maybe it's wrong to lie to Zimmer. A3-21 is his creation. He would know the inner workings better than anyone. Better than any railroader. He made the damn thing. Maybe this was a malfunction, until you realize it isn't, after hearing an audio log spoken by A3-21 before he undergoes his transformation into Harkness.
My designation is A3-21. I'm a synthetic humanoid from the Commonwealth, and I'm about to undergo a memory transfer. I'm here at Rivet City, where I've already had my face altered to look like someone else. I'm still getting used to the sound of my new voice, but soon I won't even remember what I used to sound like. I'm recording this at the request of Pinkerton, who performed the surgery and will do the memory transfer. It will be the final testimony of the man I once was, and still am for the moment. I want to live my own life, on my own terms, as my own man. I used to work for the Synth Retention Bureau of the Commonwealth. But I'm done with that life. I'm through with being someone's property. I am not malfunctioning. Since when is self-determination a malfunction? When this is all over, I will be someone else. It's the price I pay for my liberation. My death is a sacrifice for my rebirth. Perhaps I'll fade into myth as the one that got away and fuel further rebellion. But I'd be lying if I said I was doing this for selfless reasons. I'm scared as hell, and running away is the only option I have.
That might be the best voice work in the entire game. The actor really had to sell emotion, something we associate with humans and what separates us from simple robots, and he did. After hearing that, I wanted to believe him, and what's more, I didn't want to remind him of his past. He obviously wanted to forget his past and live in the bliss associated with being a free human. There's a reason why he didn't want his past memories brought with him. Why bring it back up to him? Why put that burden of identity on his mind? In retrospect, after playing Fallout 4, we could see the toll that burden takes on Nick Valentine. Why have Harkness live knowing he's actually an imposter of someone else? I don't see any benefit in doing that apart from just being truthful for the sake of being truthful. Not reminding Harkness that he's actually A3-21 is the epitome of ignorance is bliss. Even though my total time with this quest was several minutes and not several tens of minutes, it was a quest that made me think deeply about what part I wanted to play in it, and it stuck with me throughout my time in the Wasteland, including each time I passed by Harkness in the market and chose to remain silent.
Is there a problem? Carry on then.
Hey.
I heard that the city council is debating putting railings on the flight deck.
Well, I hope they do something.
So I'm adding this in after editing this video and rewatching this part. I'm actually not so sure about my take on this because the reality is that he is a synth. He is an android, a synthetic humanoid. And maybe it's best that he knows this and he just accepts it the same way that Nick Valentine does. Yeah, I don't know. I'm rethinking my take on this. Would love to see your guys' takes in the comments, and maybe it'll help me form a better one myself. Just before you enter the science lab, you could turn right and head into Rivet City's museum, ran by a U.S. history buff, the aptly named Abraham Washington. The museum is filled with all kinds of knickknacks, some more valuable than others with questionable merit.
Welcome to the Capital Preservation Society. Is that really necessary? Quite an impressive collection, isn't it? Well, don't be shy. Have a look around. Abraham Washington's the name. Curator of this little slice of American history. Each of the documents in this room tells a small but important story about the history of the United States of America. Unfortunately, the greatest prize of all is missing from the collection.
From there, the quest, Stealing Independence, begins, and it's time to head over to the National Archives in downtown DC. This quest is a fun U.S. history extravaganza headlined by none other than Button Gwinnett.
I am Button Gwinnett, second signer of the Declaration of Independence and distinguished representative from Georgia. I know your fighting prowess far exceeds my own, but I will still duel you to the death if I must. What will it be then? Rapiers? Pistols at dawn? Out with it!
But before that final conversation, there's one of Fallout 3's few set pieces in the rotunda near the entrance, where you meet a fellow relic hunter by the name of Sydney.
Get your ass over here if you want to live. And watch out for the mines. Quick, they're coming. You made enough noise coming in here to wake the dead, for God's sakes. Just be ready. The muties are coming. Look what we have here. Where? that?
I was fairly decent level at that point, so super mutant overlords spawned in the second wave. And maybe I'm just bad, but I didn't think there was any way Sydney was going to stay alive unless I had a fat man or some nukes, which I did not have. Turns out the quest would have been much shorter had I taken Sydney's secret elevator had she been alive, but instead I took the longer route, exploring the main floor and realizing my science skill was so low that I couldn't progress past a path crucial door until I upped it or popped some mentats. Thankfully, the trivia terminal in the opening hall includes that as a prize, and that reward makes sense now. I do want to talk about Sydney though, because her story is one I never got to uncover due to her death. While exploring the Statesman Hotel, you'll find a skeleton laying on a bed next to a holotape. If Sydney lives and you progress through the quest with her as a companion, she'll eventually be willing to open up to you about her father, who disappeared without a trace when she was just a 14-year-old kid, leaving her to be alone in this brutal wasteland as a teenage girl. The only thing she's left with is her knowledge of weaponry. She holds resentment towards him until you show her this holotape. The only dots connecting them is the fact that Sydney tells you he used to call her Little Moonbeam. And so when you hear that,
My dearest little moonbeam.
it all makes sense then. Presenting this to Sydney opens up new dialogue with her, and you give her closure. It's little stories like these that I love seeing in big open worlds. These are the stories that make it come alive. I wish she wouldn't have died in my game so I could have stumbled upon that conclusion myself and not read about it outside of the game, but nope, Super Mutant Overlords, gotta love them. I hate the addition of Super Mutant Overlords, just like I hate their broken steel cousins, the albino rad scorpions and feral ghoul reavers. They are bullet spongy, they are unfun, it's not a rewarding challenge whatsoever, and it's why I modded their health bars halfway through the game. Blame me all you want, I do not care. These guys were terrible additions to the game. New enemies are fine in concept, of course, but their health bars are just way too high. Back to Sydney, tragedies like hers are not uncommon to come across in the Wasteland. There are some real deep daggers in Fallout 3 that stab you right in your gut, and two of the deepest come in the form of unmarked side content in Rivet City. I don't even really consider them to be content per se, because they're just like moments of life that I came across while spending time on the ship. The first one involves a family I mentioned earlier, a kid and his mom, James and Tammy Hargrave.
I think I have some iguana bits for James.
Hey!
May I take your order?
Mole rat, well done, with wine. Leave the bottle. James has been bad. He gets a carrot and some water.
Do I have to eat this?
Shut your trap! You'll eat what I give you and be grateful for it. Or I'll give you something to be really sorry for. Stop that. Don't make me smack you. I ought to lock you in your goddamn room, you little brat. And stay away from that CJ bitch from now on.
I wasn't doing anything. And CJ is my friend. I hate you. I hope you die.
Yeah? What do you want? Oh, really? My husband ran off and got himself killed and left me to raise his little brat. So don't you tell me how I should or shouldn't be.
I remember sitting in that hangar turned marketplace, overhearing their dialogue, just feeling like I was actually in that shitty world. Like, it took the plight that you're expected to assume these people are going through. It really made it feel like this world truly was shitty. It's not like it's thrown in your face, you know, you just kind of overhear it while you're in like an area with a bunch of people. Other people are just going about their day. I don't know. I felt a presence there. In Fallout 3, you feel the damage and destruction and what it's done to its people, and it makes for a more morose world overall. Fallout 3's capture of post-apocalyptic depression is unique to it and it itself in the series, I think. James and Tammy can be found in the common room, and I know I keep using the word real, but the common room feels like one of the realest places in the Fallout universe. It's just a room with some aircraft carrier cots for the lower end of the Rivet City society to sleep on, and in addition to the Hargraves, you'll find May Wong, an escaped slave perpetually horrified that a slaver is going to come take her back, Ted Strayer, a chem-addicted bum who desperately needs some life guidance.
Ted Strayer, you can chill with me if you want, dude. Hey, Squirt.
I'm not a squirt. My name is James, and you're an asshole. My mom said you're good for nothing, and she ought to know.
And Mr. Lopez, a man who I first met when I was at the top of Rivet City, exploring the ship and taking in the view.
Haven't run into you before. You probably wouldn't remember me anyway. I'm Mr. Lopez. Nobody does. I'm not very memorable. Don't worry, it won't be a problem for much longer. You may be right, but I have nothing to live for. Ted Strayer. I suppose I could talk to him. He is kind of a lost boy. Thank you, stranger. Someday, maybe I'll get courage.
Mr. Lopez is obviously suffering severe depression, though it isn't exactly certain why without diving into the official game guide. Lopez is a quiet 65-year-old man who has lived in the common room for the past 10 years. His wife and child were killed by raiders, and he came to Rivet City lonely and lost. He spends much of his time reading or praying in the church. He takes his meals in the common room and sleeps a lot out of sheer depression. Once a day, he tries to climb to the observation deck and jump. One of the common issues with dialogue selection-based RPGs is that while you may have a variety of options to choose from, you might dislike every choice, and that's how I felt here. It seems like the most compassionate choice is helping him kill himself, but I would have preferred to avoid that, and I ultimately decided to go with the second choice, even though I didn't like how it was worded. I would have preferred to word it more empathetically, but that's the one I chose, and thankfully it did encourage Mr. Lopez to continue to live his life and be the father figure he was robbed of being the last 10 years thanks to Raider scum.
Maybe a quick fix has something that will help you
Ted,
sleep.
you're wasting your
Cindy's
life.
got all
Do
kinds
something
of
with
good
it.
chemicals.
How about
I'll
I
try
teach you to read?
Me? Read? That would be awesome. I've heard there's a lot of cool stuff in books.
Yeah, that was bad.
Good
I'm
to
sure
see
they'll do something about it.
Have a seat anywhere. Someone will be with you in a minute.
Hey there. Any trouble in this area?
I'll be right with you.
Hey.
Hey there! I'm just taking things one day at a time.
Throughout the first half of my playthrough, much of my time was spent exploring downtown DC. You could spot the iconic landmarks, or what remains of them, off in the distance calling for you to come and explore, and this is all mere moments after taking your first few steps outside. Downtown DC piques your curiosity immediately. I want to take a moment to talk about DC ruins overall and how Bethesda constructed the southeast portion of the map, because it seems to be one of the most controversial components of Fallout 3's world as far as I can tell. And we did talk about this a little bit with the subway tunnels, but I want to focus more on just the downtown DC area at large. For me personally, I absolutely demised the bottom right section of the map in my first tens and tens of hours, almost forcing myself to trudge along to reach where I needed to be. I realized I don't have my compass up, and having a constant reminder of the general direction you're supposed to go in is definitely beneficial in finding your way. But that being said, I think what my biggest issue is how the in-game world and your Pip-Boy map talk to each other so poorly. Sure, you could follow the general direction of where you want to go based on quest markers, stumbling into walls and jumping between elevation levels before you assiduously stumble into the cell you aimed at arriving to, but it's so inelegant. Though I guess if you wanted an in-world justification for it all, you could say that's sort of the limitation of the Pip-Boy. That complaint aside, as I continued to get lost in the ruins and as I continued to explore the tunnels and the districts themselves, I began to embrace the chaos of being lost in the setting, lost in the destruction, lost in the remains of what once was, taking it inch by inch instead of rushing to where I needed to go, like I was originally doing. Not only in part because of purposeful immersion, but because I accepted I had little other choice. Navigating through downtown DC was going to be a headache no matter what, and I could either cry about it or step carefully and absorb the environment along the way. I reminded myself this is a rendition of a decimated DC. The nation's capital has become hills of shattered concrete, scattered with points of interest for you to come across, both small and large. Just explore and breathe in the moment to moment. You're meant to be lost in it, and I grew to accept that. I acknowledged it, and I started to lean more towards appreciating the ruins, just like I started to appreciate the subway tunnels, rather than constantly berating them. I went from exploring the flooded and irradiated metros packed with meandering pathways, mirelurks and ghouls galore, to wandering into old world inhabitants' backyards. Then just before entering a subway tunnel, being attacked on my right by super mutants just outside of a hall. A hall that was overrun by super mutants. Then after killing them all there, I went to the second floor. There was a bar there, and I grabbed a Nuka-Cola from behind it. I sat down at the bar and I listened to some 50s tunes playing from the still functioning radio.
I don't want to set the world on fire.
Wandering direct city streets way past curfew, fighting off centaurs and super mutants, just hoping to find a place I could sleep that night, only to stumble into a pre-war family's town home. Inside of which still housed a Mr. Handy, who read a poem that was more fit to be read today than 200 years prior, as I explored the remains of a once monumental city, now slaughtered by the species that created it.
There will come soft rains and the smell of the ground, and swallows circling with their shimmering sound, and frogs in the pool singing at night, and wild plum trees in tremulous white. Robins will wear their feathery fire, whistling their whims on a low fence wire, and not one will know of the war, not one will care at last when it is done, not one would mind, neither bird nor tree, if mankind perished utterly. And Spring herself, when she woke at dawn, would scarcely know that we were gone.
This is the type of stuff you encounter as you slowly make your way through the city's destruction and debris towards a quest marker. You miss this stuff if you're just rushing through. Though I do find the journey more captivating than the destination when it comes to downtown DC, that doesn't mean I wasn't excited to visit the handful of big-name landmarks I saw off in the distance. The Washington Monument is obviously the most eye-catching of them all, standing high above the others. The White House, no doubt, which leaves you in awe when you realize President Eden isn't there and it's been blown away to dust. And the Lincoln Memorial, torn into but still standing on the west end of the mall's pond, now featuring a headless Lincoln seated in the chair. The memorial's where we'll focus our attention to. The first thing you might notice, in addition to the sandbags lined up all around the front entrance, is the overabundance of super mutant corpses lying out on the ground. Soon realizing this area of DC has now been taken over by some sort of faction or party. And I'm not talking Democrats or Republicans.
That's close enough. What the hell are you doing wandering around here? Curiosity can get a Wastelander killed. I'm going to let you through, but you'll have to talk to Mr. Walker first. Follow me. Oh, and stay off the memorial steps. They have orders to shoot anyone that gets too close. The dirt path is safe. They have orders to shoot first and loot the body afterward. Keep moving. Mr. Walker is waiting.
Well, who do we have here? I'm Leroy Walker, and you're probably wondering about what we're doing here. We're from Paradise Falls. We're looking for escaped slaves. We're setting up a base to excavate these ruins. We're looking for anything related to Abraham Lincoln. Tell you what, I can't spare anyone to go poking in the old museum. If you find anything in there, I'll buy it off you. Don't want slaves using them to start a revolt or anything. So we burn them. Good luck in the museum. Bring me back something, and I'll let you get a closer look at the memorial.
One of the mind-boggling things about Fallout, specifically regarding its signature tone, is how, in my view personally, despite how comedic and silly the world is, when shit does get serious, it feels serious. Like if there's shitty parenting going on, or someone contemplating suicide, it not only feels serious, but it doesn't feel out of place in the game world, even with all the comedy surrounding it. I don't want to be insensitive though, that is just my view, maybe some of you guys don't think it fits, but even with the presence of slavery here, I still find that the world is taking these issues seriously, and it's just insane to me how closely these deep, sensitive topics can be juxtaposed next to everything else that's in the game. It speaks to the incredible tone of these games, the incredible tone of the Fallout universe. From the moment you visit the den in Fallout 2, through walking across Legion camps in the Mojave, and witnessing the slavery going on there,
Please, sir.
we see it in the pit. Slavery is a part of this post-apocalyptic world, and it shows up again and again. And we even see it in Vault City, a place that's supposed to be the ideal future for humanity once the all-clear signal is sent to the vaults. This is the utopia the Garden of Eden creation kit supplanted.
Why do we condone slavery? The system has been in place for many years, and it works quite well. Both parties benefit from the institution.
Human ethics have fallen by the wayside in the post-apocalyptic wastelands, and the fact is caps are king, and this is a business. And it's obviously an immoral way to push society forward, but despite how abhorrent it is, society is getting pushed forward. There is progress being made. At least that's what Ishmael Asher wants you to believe.
I know my city seems barbaric to you, but it's the only way we can carve out a home in this hellhole, and it's kept these people alive.
But that's a topic for the pit. The irony of it all is that we find slavers, of all places, situated on the memorial commemorating the man who led a fight that was fought to keep this nation dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal, as he said in his Gettysburg Address. But that fight and the freedoms it brought seems to have been all but forgotten. in this new world. It's like all those lives that were lost in the bloodiest war in American history before the divergence in the Fallout universe. All those lives were fought for naught. The memorial dedicated to honoring that man and the legacy he left this nation with is instead being run by slavers attempting to prevent those ideas from resurfacing. Silas even hints the place will be rubble with the rest of DC soon. And so, before I even met the slaves of the Temple of the Union, I fought back against the shackles that were trying to hold down Lincoln's message from ever resurfacing. Think about clearing an outpost. This is such a common gameplay mission in open world games these days. This is you clearing out an outpost essentially, but doing it with a purpose in the game world, doing it with like a story tied to it, with an emotion tied to it. I just wish there were more worthwhile outpost clearings that you feel have an impact, you know? And it was just so cool just in general to fight for freedom, fight against slavery, and the memorial commemorating the man who helped put an end to the horrible practice that is slavery, at least in America at the time.
Morning.
But we're not done yet. Paradise Falls is somewhere I could have completely skipped in this playthrough. You get sent there in the main quest to rescue children taken from Little Lamplight, and only by rescuing them can you gain entry into Little Lamplight, a place you need to get into if you want to avoid the radiated path into Vault 87, since inside Little Lamplight contains another entrance. But I completely averted the need to go to Paradise Falls by making a your mom joke with McCready at the gate, thanks to the Child at Heart perk.
You're pretty funny for a Mungo. Why don't you come on in?
So Paradise Falls in my case was nothing more than an unmarked location on my Pip-Boy that I went to go visit. But it doesn't just look like any other small little location on your Pip-Boy. It looks like a big place, and when you arrive, you could see just how big it is. There's a very large statue of a sort of creepy looking boy holding an ice cream cone that certainly will catch your eye. Gun holstered, I walked up to the front gate.
Hold it right there. Nobody's allowed into Paradise Falls except on slaver business. And I get to decide what qualifies as slaver business. Are you kidding me? You've never heard of Paradise Falls? What? Are you right out of the vault? Paradise Falls is home to the slavers. Up there we sell the slaves that we capture out in the wastes. So, unless you're either buying or selling, piss off.
No access is granted into Paradise Falls unless you're a slave, a slaver, or you have a lot of caps. In my case here, with this being near the end of the game for me, I busted out the checkbook and handed away half a grand of Nuka-Cola Top Seals.
Thank you. Pleasure doing business with you. Enjoy your visit to Paradise Falls. Friendly warning. Don't act like a jackass. You won't get a second chance.
You seen anything good today?
Not a damn thing. No ants, no wasters, nothing. It's been boring as shit.
Man, as dull as it is down here, I really wonder if I'm ever gonna get to shoot anyone again.
What are you talking about? You shot someone this morning. That guy who showed up and tried to run when he figured out where he was?
Yeah, I did. And that's too long to go between shootings for me. What? I guard the gate, that's all. What the fuck do you want from me?
I proceeded in, walking slowly and carefully, not to be immersed or anything like that, but to scout the place out before I burned it to the ground. Your warm welcome to the Falls entrance proper is a man whose head gets blown off thanks to his slave collar detonating after he attempted to run away. And you see a kid whose neck is wrapped with that same collar. We know just how uncomfortable those collars are thanks to a conversation in New Vegas.
Do you know what I love about our slave collars, Lieutenant?
If you love them, maybe you should try one on.
I love how tightly they fit. I train my men to make sure the slave's flesh bulges a bit around the top and bottom. Know why?
It's all the rage in fashion circles?
Not quite. If you fit it just right, their body never gets used to the feeling of wearing it. It cuts in just enough when they swallow or turn their head to remind them who they belong to. And it's that constant reminder that keeps them docile.
As soon as I saw a kid bearing a slave collar around his neck, there was no way I was leaving this place without freeing him and any other kids locked up. And of course, the others if I could. Paradise Falls, once a shopping center lying just outside of downtown DC, has the look and feel of a slavery amusement park. I arrived there just before sundown, thinking in the back of my mind this was the last sunset these slavers would ever get to see shine over the horizon, so they better enjoy it. Especially that fellow on the balcony overlooking it all, accompanied by two women, one on each side, wearing collars themselves. This was a fucked up place, and it was going to be a long night.
You just sort of hang around. You don't say much.
This is the last time when I have something to say.
Well, that's okay. It's not your mind that I'm interested in
didn't.
anyway.
I swear. This is your last mistake, little bartender. Hey!
What?
Help! Help me! Help me with this asshole!
Hello, Miss Carolina.
Whatever.
I can't believe that Grouse let you in here. One wrong move, and you're going in the meat pen.
There were a lot of striking images I saw that night walking through that slave camp, but one scene that still stands out in my mind is of the slaves in the back locked inside their pen, like animals, standing there helpless, all while actual animals, flocks of birds, fly freely above them around the tall boy statue. Swallows circling with
their shimmering sound.
Not one would mind, neither bird nor tree, if
mankind perished utterly.
It was almost as if the birds were looking down with disdain, contempt, shame they had to share a world with these creatures.
Get the fuck away from me.
Not even a bird puts another bird in a cage. It was a sad illustration of how far humanity could fall.
Hey there. What? Do you see something you like?
Children, today's weather excessively violent.
Anything I can help you with?
Tune in later.
What can I do for you? Paradise Falls is always open for business.
This is 3 Dog. Ow! And you're listening to Galaxy News Radio.
Sure, I've thought about it. Kids can get a killer price when you find a buyer who recognizes the product's long-term potential. The real problem's holding them until there's a buyer. Kids are sneaky, and those lamplighters are tenacious little bastards. But maybe if we could get one when they're young, they might not have as much fight in them yet. You're right on that one. There's plenty of other merchandise out there, and it's a seller's market. Paradise Falls is here if you need it.
Hey!
Oh! Kill this asshole!
That night, I freed the kids, freed the rest of the slaves.
Freedom!
What? Huh? Me? You're talking to me? Yes? What do you need? Ain't got no use for one. Lost most of my hair a long time ago, you see?
And also freed the world of a few bad actors, feeling like I achieved victory in an impromptu, good-willed spy mission, an espionage I decided to initiate on my own terms, slowly feeling my way through it, starting off by paying the front guard, then making conversations with the slavers inside, learning about the dealings that were going on, continuing my way through to the back of the camp and realizing I could speak with the slaves themselves, devising a plan with them in a highly tense environment, and then finally executing the plan, succeeding, and speaking with the now freed kids one final time at the sewer hole that I remembered walking by on my way in, before they ran off and lived their childhoods out freely. My experience in Paradise Falls was one of player freedom at its finest, and like with Grey Ditch, it was an experience that reminded me why I love games. It felt good to liberate the slave camp that was Paradise Falls, but if you thought slavery was a commercial weapon only reserved for humans, you've yet to meet Azrakal in the Ninth Circle, a bar we can find inside the ghoul city of Underworld. You hear rumblings about Underworld throughout your playthrough.
A place called Underworld. It's a ghoul city down in D.C. I set off up here to find adventure and fortune. And, well, I found this place. If you ever get to Underworld, tell Carol that I said hi.
And I have to say, I was kind of disappointed when I finally arrived there. If you played through the earlier Fallouts, and even if you didn't, you hear Underworld, and if you're like me, you might think of someplace actually under the world, under the surface. Places like these aren't uncommon in the Fallout universe, as you'd expect given what's happened on the surface. Vaults are one example, but you also have in DC the subway systems. But even if we look back at places like Necropolis, or the Ghost Farm in Fallout 2, I was expecting something similar to these locations when I did finally arrive. That's what I think of when I hear the name Underworld, and especially because I heard it was the home for ghouls. In my mind, when I thought of Underworld, I thought of it being an elaborate, breathtaking underground metropolis, an actual city. God literally calls it a city.
It's a ghoul city down in DC.
Where ghouls in the Capital Wasteland take shelter. Strangely, people in Underworld use prepositions that refer to Underworld as somewhere below the surface.
After things calmed down above ground, we tried to live down here as best we could.
It's the only place in the Capital Wasteland where my people can escape the misery of the world above.
It's not that Underworld in and of itself is uninteresting to me, it didn't meet my expectations I had for it, which goes to show you how much expectations influence sentiment. It's sort of how I felt about the second battle of Hoover Dam. Unmet expectations. The fault here in large part is obviously thanks to my own curiosity and what I was imagining, but I'm curious, did anyone else have a similar picture in their mind of what Underworld was going to look like, and then did any of you guys feel that similar letdown that I felt? That aside, I still find Underworld's theme quite interesting as I walked around it and looked at all the different art centered around the subject of life after death, from sculptures to real-world influenced paintings. I like to look at Underworld as Megaton for ghouls. It's a place where wastelanders, in this case those who had their skin ravished, can get away from the brutalities of the wasteland and just be somewhere safe, somewhere they can feel protected from the dangers of the outside and have shelter to protect them. In Megaton, the protection comes in the form of sheets of metal fastened together, but in Underworld, those gates are simply the doors that lead into the Museum of History, hidden behind a metro entrance. But you have to walk further, past the front lobby and beyond the beautiful grand atrium housing the prehistoric remains of a woolly mammoth and a Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton to find the ghouls situated in the Afterlife exhibit. If you weren't empathetic towards ghouls already, Underworld will show you just how much they really are like humans on the inside. They feel the same, they have a range of personalities, each one of them are their own unique person. There are kind and friendly ghouls like Winthrop and Tulip and Quinn, Carol, Gob's adoptive mother, who's one of the few characters in the game that was alive when the bombs dropped.
I was just a little girl then. We couldn't afford a space in one of the vaults. I remember filing down into that shelter, my father rushing me in. He stopped to help this one family, and I looked up and called his name. There was a flash of light brighter than anything you can imagine. I woke up a few hours later. The first thing I did was run up to where my father had been. He was gone. But the strangest thing, there was his shadow, burned into the wall, so crisp and clear, like he was standing next to me. The heat had burned it into the concrete. The city was on fire for weeks, maybe months, I don't know. I hid down here in the museum. It was the closest building to the shelter I was in. But I could hear what was happening above. People howling like animals, chaos, looting, killing. It's like every foul thing inside of them came out. It was a nightmare. I don't want to talk about it.
Putting those little side stories other games try to half bake in, to shame. But beyond Carol and the other friendly ghouls, there are highly intelligent ones as well, like I mentioned. Dr. Barrows and Nurse Graves are both working diligently to study the ghoul condition with the dream of someday finding a reversal method, though not every ghoul is in favor of this research, as Nurse Graves tells you, which I find interesting. Some ghouls are just fine with the way things are, some even threaten the doctor and the research he's doing. Then there's people just trying to get by, like the town drunk Patchwork.
Some people make me hurt myself, because it makes them laugh.
And the jet addict stylist Snowflake.
What else do I have to do except get high? You think that I need to be sober to cut a ghoul's hair? Half the work is cutting the skin off. These guys don't care how they look anyway. They just humor me. I prefer stylist myself, but whatever works for you. Everyone has a gift, you know? I used to live in Rivet City. Folks there had enough money for me to do okay. But after I, changed, no one would let me touch them. I ended up here. Of course, a ghoul with a barbershop makes about as much sense as a screen door in a submarine, so... fuck it. I just took up Jet. At least it passes the time, you know?
But as you'd expect, if you saw the tragedy of Tenpenny Tower all the way through, there are also less than pleasant residents among the polite ones. Ghouls like Mr. Crowley, who will propose you with a hitman-esque opportunity to earn some caps in the name of fighting against ghoul bigotry, and the bartender of the Ninth Circle, Azrakal.
Excellent. Another customer.
Leave your prejudice at the door, and your pistol in its holster. Ah, yes.
Well now, looky here. We got us a smooth skin that I ain't ever seen before. I'm Azrakal, and this is the Ninth Circle. Folks got problems, and I got liquor to sell them. Well, liquor and a few other pick-me-ups. You need anything, you just let me know.
Hey, Sharon. No. It's just that... Go away. It was just a question.
Who seems to have hired a tall, burly guard to stand in the corner of his pub that'll no doubt make sure business is smooth. But just like with Joanne Lynette and Ishmael Asher, you better not come to the conclusion that slavery's going on here.
I hold his contract, which makes me his employer. He will do what I ask, when I ask, without question. You see, Sharon grew up around a very interesting group of individuals. Well, I guess you could say that they brainwashed him. He is absolutely loyal to whomever holds his contract, unfailing, unflinching, until the day that employment ends. Don't get me wrong. I have no doubt that he holds no end of animosity towards me. But so long as he is my employee, he is as gentle as a teddy bear. No, he is not. Sir, you insult me. I do not believe in slavery. It is an abomination. I am a firm believer in personal choice. To force another person into bondage is unthinkable. Chains are earned, never forced. Sharon made some choices that landed him in my employ. The matters of our contract is between him and I, no one else.
No, go talk to Azrakal. Talk to Azrakal.
I knew you'd change your mind. Just remember, Sharon is a valuable asset to me and he doesn't come cheap. Are you ready to deal? I suppose that could work. Yes. Yes, here's the contract. And I'll take my payment in full. I'll give you the pleasure of informing Sharon yourself.
Aren't you a ray of sunshine?
Talk to... You purchased my contract from Azrakal. So, I am no longer in his service. That is good to know. Please, wait here. I must take care of something. Azrakal, I am told that I am no longer in your service.
That's right, Sharon. Have you come to say goodbye?
Yes. All right, let's go.
And so, I was off with my first companion in the game.
As you wish.
Oh my god, he shot Azrakal. Some days I just wish that someone would come through here and put a bullet in all of our heads.
Well, aren't you a ray of sunshine?
Looking back though, part of me thinks it was wrong to keep him as a companion. After all, if I accused Azrakal of using Sharon as a slave, what does that make me now as his new contract holder? Whether polite or a piece of shit, a slave master is a slave master. Anyone who had Sharon as a companion, do you feel as fucked up as I do, looking back? Isn't firing Sharon the right thing to do after you purchase his contract? Is that not the most ethical thing to do here? My gut says yes, but I didn't do it. You guys tell me. I'm hoping someone can convince me otherwise and make me feel less worse than I do, but however you slice it, he was the first person I had follow me around the wasteland and fight by my side, and I really appreciated his company. If you've had Sharon as a companion, you know just as well as I do, he's not opening up to you the same way Arcade or Marcus do. He's working for you because you hold this contract, and that's the end of it. That's who Sharon is. An apathetic, aloof, yet loyal ghoul who's doing his job, and no more than that.
As you command.
As much of a standoffish son of a gun as he is, I felt bad for him and all that he's gone through. After he kills Azrakal, he tells you he was an evil bastard without going into detail, and then from there use your imagination about what the Underworld barkeeper put him through. Azrakal tells you the guy's been brainwashed to follow orders. He'll do what you tell him to do, so long as you're carrying the piece of paper that binds his actions. We're never told who it was that messed with his head or why. We have barely any information to go off of. And yet, very similar to my relationship with Neil in Fallout 1, the Scum Pit's bartender in Junktown, I was strangely intrigued of him. Intrigue through ambiguity. It's not the most difficult way to grab a player's interest, and sometimes it can come off as lazy writing for sure, but when used with tact, like how I think it was used with Neil in Fallout 1 and to some degree with Sharon here, it'll spellbind you into the mystery. Soon after Sharon joined my company, we left Underworld and explored some nearby areas. The exhibit honoring Abraham Lincoln was one of those spots, and we fought off feral ghouls, and I found what was gonna go on to be my favorite weapon in the game, Lincoln's repeater. Those sneak critical hits on that thing are just insane, and it feels so good to use, like a more powerful BB gun. It's like a lightweight sniper, sort of like the hunting rifle, but like taken up a notch. And as someone who doesn't like the snipers in Fallout 3, I guess there's only one, I wish it had the anti-material rifle from Fallout New Vegas, but it doesn't. I became attached to that lever action rifle. Soon after exiting Lincoln's exhibit, we walked out of the museum entirely and headed into the wastes, exploring the mall's central area, a zone flooded with muties.
Thought I heard something. What's the matter, huh? Can't stand the sight of your own blood? I don't like the look of this place. Very well. And I shall follow.
And then we caught eye of the Capitol building, not too far off in the distance. Though it turns out there was a battle going on just outside the entrance.
We'll get him.
Talon Company mercs, super mutants, robo-brains, Sharon and I found ourselves now part of the skirmish, fighting our way forward just from sheer thirst for action.
I've got your back. There. Take him down.
We inched closer and closer to the building's doors, but before we head inside, it's worth taking a moment just to sit outside of it and look at it, because the Capitol building, despite still standing, isn't without bruises. You see a rough side of the building the moment you walk out of the vault, but now up close, its scars from the war stand out, especially the missing chunk of the dome at the very top. To me, when I think of Fallout 3, a shot of the Capitol building, shrouded in the green tint of the game, that's the image that stands out to me. It encapsulates post-apocalyptic DC, the destruction that's been caused, Whatever angle you choose to take the picture at, it's going to be an iconic photograph that'll stand up to any snapshot in the series.
Hey.
After fighting off more super mutants near the entrance, we can finally head in.
Well, that's the end of that. Be careful.
Soon realizing we dived headfirst into a war zone.
Hey. We'll get him. Hey. Where?
Do you like killing your characters?
No, I don't.
Then
But
why do you do it so much, George?
I do think it needs to be done.
Big fan of death up there, okay.
You know, Valor Mogulis, all men must die. I think it's part of life, and art needs to reflect life. Particularly if you're writing a fantasy novel, an epic fantasy novel. Certainly since the days of Tolkien, so many fantasy novels have been about war. Now, I'm not saying you have to write about war. There are many other interesting things to write about, and I've written about some of them. I don't have a war in all my books, but if I'm going to write about war, if any writer is going to write about war, then I want him to treat war honestly. And one thing I know about war from people who served in Vietnam and served in other wars is, it does bring out the beast in men, and anybody can die. It doesn't matter if you're the hero. I think everybody who died in any war thought they were the hero right till the moment that the bullet blew off the top of their skull. So it irritates me when I'm watching a movie or reading a book, and the hero is going through incredible dangers, him and his 6 buddies, and none of them die. You know, maybe one of them gets wounded at some point, but they all survive pretty much untouched at the end. When a character dies, I want you to grieve for that character as you would for a friend or a loved one or a parent, and this entire, vicarious experience, which is my goal as a writer. I want you not just to read my work, but to live my work. I know they're giving away this book bags here that some of the, I guess it went with the VIP tickets, that says a quote I said a couple years ago about a reader lives 1,000 lives before he dies. The man who never reads lives only one. But I've always felt that. I think reading is about vicarious experience.
I recently watched a sit-down with George R.R. Martin where he talked about Elden Ring. He, of course, played a major part in building the lore of the world in that game, sort of gearing myself up for the launch of that game, which I'll probably be playing as I edit this video. And funnily enough, I've actually never read any of his books or even watched an episode of Game of Thrones. But the man's going to go down as one of the most influential writers of our era, so when another interview of his popped up in my recommended, I gave it a listen while I was getting a workout in. And it was really interesting to listen to his philosophy on fiction. Despite him working in a completely different medium, I think his words are still meaningful for us in games. A lot of his views on books carry over into games, particularly the part about how a man who reads books lives 1,000 different lives, and the man who doesn't read books lives only one. The same can be said about experiencing the story of a video game. Like with books, video games transmute our existence into a new realm entirely. We explore worlds we would otherwise never get to see, like hopefully a post-apocalyptic DC. and experience what it would be like to survive in a nuclear holocaust, obviously through the lens of a video game and everything that comes with that. But what I appreciate about games compared to books is that you are the protagonist in that world. You're not reading about the main character. It doesn't get any closer to living a different life than that. Not only do Martin's views on books ring true with games, his approaches on writing impactful narratives could also translate uniquely into video games. For example, his views on character death, which seems to be something he's known for in the books. When I fought alongside companions in Fallout 3, I was always worried about them dying. I put an artificial barrier on myself in this playthrough not to save scum if things went to shit. And so that meant I had to live with the fact that my companion, who, while gallantly fighting alongside me, fell to the floor near the end of the battle. All in the heart of the nation's capital, in the very center of the Capitol building, right on the Great Rotunda floor. I couldn't have imagined something like that, something so dramatic, so naturally dramatic than that, if I tried. And it hurt. I hadn't even spent a lot of time with the guy. I had suited him up in Riley's Ranger's gear, looking forward to exploring the wasteland alongside him, having him by my side while we kicked Raider and Muty and Enclave ass, but nope, he's dead now. But like Martin said in that interview, death is part of war. I get you risk not being able to tell great companion stories if your companions are mortal. Trust me, I do get it. I think the companions in Fallout New Vegas made the game as good as it is. It made the writing as good as we all remember it being. And I get it can be a nuisance to players who would otherwise just F9 if their companion dies. I get it, but fuck. When one of your mates dies, someone who helped you in battles, someone you might be building a relationship with, dies on you in the middle of a fight, and you know they're not going to come back. That does make the world feel significantly more real. As soon as I listened to this, I knew exactly what George was saying, because I experienced it myself with Sharon, watching him die, carrying his Riley's Ranger armor back to Megaton and retiring it on a mannequin in my Megaton home. It was so emotional for me, right on par with uncovering each companion story in New Vegas, apart from Boone's, whose story is just on another level. But Sharon's impact was felt through death, through his death, and that's something that wasn't present just in 3, but also in 1 and 2. I lost Ian at Gizmos and Marcus at the oil rig, and each one of those losses meant something really important to me, because these were friends I was making on this grand journey. It made the game world reflective of real life's realities, and that made the game world's danger a real thing you had to recognize and respect, and it all led to you respecting that world more. Canterbury Commons reminds me a lot of the hub from Fallout 1, albeit much less populated. Just a simple, boring town centered around trade, led under Uncle Ro, who will be able to improve the caravan situation around the wasteland for you and for all, with the help of some caps, of course. But the place isn't always as peaceful as it sounds. This becomes apparent on your initial walk in.
You'll never get away with terrorizing this town. Not while it's under the protection of the Mechanist.
You and your pathetic tin cans are no match for my army. Attack, my ant soldiers. Destroy this fool and his tin toys.
Go forth, my steady.
Face it, Mechanist. Humans and their toys are done for. They killed themselves off with their petty wars.
Humans may be weak sometimes, but our
Threat to
creations are
peace
strong and
located.
Something
Pacifying.
never be.
Humanity's creations were the seeds
Threat
of their
analysis. Green.
Now,
Neutralization
the world will
operation
belong to the
complete.
antagonizer.
Are you all right? You aren't hurt, are you? I'd like to apologize for the rude welcome. Those two have been a bit of a problem lately. Name's Ro. Uncle Ro to most. Welcome to Canterbury Commons, for what that's worth.
The Superhuman Gambit, as is the name of the quest featuring these two, is the exact type of quest, much like Blood Ties and the Wasteland Survival Guide, that helps paint the tone of Fallout 3 overall. A wannabe superhero and supervillain, each dressed up in costumes. They have duels out in the middle of the street, while everyone else in town, apart from the kids, shakes their head in bewilderment. Uncle Ro runs up to you to apologize. It's downright goofy, weird, and I love it. Having explored Hubris Comics earlier and having read the terminal entries regarding the true comic book character, the Antagonizer, then seeing someone take on the appearance of that character in the actual game world was a nice little internal connection. It even opens up a brand new dialogue option with her. The type of stuff you expect in an open world RPG, but you don't see it nearly enough. The stuff that makes a game world, an open world, worth exploring. There are plenty of these little internal connections throughout the game, like finding Gob's mother, Carol, in Underworld, seeing the box that's mentioned in the Adventures of the Herbert Daring Dashwood radio show, and Herbert himself, of course, you find him.
Herbert Dashwood. Damn glad to meet you. Call me Daring. Everyone else does.
Not to mention Argyle. That Rivet City parent that was mentioned by Jack Smith that we've talked about quite a bit. These little touches in the world, however small, they make such a huge difference. As I've said before in other videos, I'll say it again. The details go such a long way in separating good games from great ones.
You really believe that? When I read that comic, it explained so much. Where I came from, who I was destined to be, what I had to do. But it never said the Antagonizer could ever have a chance to go back to being normal. It never said I had a chance. Please, I think I've made some terrible mistakes.
While the Superhuman Gambit side quest is a simple, straightforward, fun, lighthearted encounter that has you taming tensions between two clowns wearing the wrong costumes, there's an angle to it all that opens a discussion about the Fallout universe's most mysterious trait. And yes, I'm talking about a genetic trait. How can Tanya, the Antagonizer's actual name, how does she control ants? In a 2007 dev blog titled Welcome Back to Fallout, written by Todd Howard prior to the release of Fallout 3, Todd talks about the influences that went into the game's atmosphere. Obviously, we had the old games to look at, and Fallout 1 became our main model and inspiration. I always prefer the tone of it, and it's the one we focused our time on dissecting. Yes, there's a Gek, and yes, the Enclave is in full effect in Fallout 3. Two things that first showed up on the scene in Fallout 2, unless you count the Gek's inclusion in the Fallout 1 official game guide, which, clever little foreshadow there. In terms of tone, Fallout 3 is much closer to Fallout 1 than Fallout 2. An underground vampire lair? Not really, just cannibals who've started a new cult formed around vampire mythos. A town surrounding a nuclear atomic bomb? Turns out there's a surprisingly detailed backstory to it all that you can uncover from one of the settlement's oldest residents. Yes, a blood-dieted wannabe vampire cult living underground, and a town built around a live atomic bomb with a church inside of it that worships the bomb is insane. But these examples don't push it so far off into the wacky sci-fi, completely ludicrous fiction that Fallout 2 has. And on the contrary, they help build what Fallout 3's tone is. A wacky, ridiculous world that still somehow maintains a root in realism. Not strict realism. Obviously, the fiction of the Fallout universe is in full effect here. We see radiation has made creatures bigger when it would probably just kill them all off. But it's not even in the same ballpark as Fallout 2's insanity. That's in a league of its own. The worlds in Fallout 1 and 3 stay more grounded than in 2. There's more supernatural in 2, like ghosts, intelligent animals, something the development team in Fallout 1 deliberately cut out because they didn't feel it fit, and NPCs that break the fourth wall. In New Vegas and 4, they piggyback off 3, and I'd argue they take it down another notch. That being said, 3 does get crazy at times with the supernatural, overstepping a bit beyond where 1 set its boundary, sitting somewhere between 1 and 2 on the spectrum of batshit insanity, though much closer to 1. A prime example of what I'm talking about is here with Tanya, how she commands ants to do as she wishes. It's never explained how. Now, even without considering what 2 did to stretch out the Fallout universe's limits, it's not like Tanya's telepathic connection to her ants is out of the realm of possibility. We know psychers exist in the world, and we can find a psyker in every Fallout game. If you don't know what a psyker is, Synonymous has a great video on the topic that I'll link to in the description. But in short, psychers first appeared in the original Fallout game, where you can meet 4 individuals who the master was able to give psychic abilities, amongst numerous failures in the process, presumably through the power of FEV. Fallout 2 introduced new characters with telepathic abilities, like Hakunin, your village's shaman, who can telepathically remind you to focus on the main quest.
chosen. The spirits of our ancestors guide me to a world of dreams that I may touch thoughts. Our village suffers without the holy Gek. Your hands hold our lives as a father holds his children.
And Melchior, who can telepathically command his FEV-sprung minions to attack you, much like Tanya can do with her radiation-augmented ants. Then there are people like Mama Murphy in Fallout 4 and the Forecaster in New Vegas who can foresee the future. All in all, it seems the Fallout community has bucketed these supernatural people into the same classification as the Psychers from Fallout 1. They're a mysterious subset of humans in the world who possess psychic ability, but apart from the original Psychers and the Master in Fallout 1 and Melchior in Fallout 2, all individuals we can assume attain their abilities through FEV, it's unclear how the others got their metaphysical gift. Psychers are perhaps Fallout universe's strangest mystery. Fallout 3 has a handful of characters who possess psychic abilities. Harold and Bloomseer Poplar are two. We'll meet both of them once we get to Oasis. And though Harold's sight through the trees of Oasis can be attributed to FEV since we know he was inside Mariposa, it's why he is how he is now, Bloomseer Poplar sits on the same boat as Sulik in 2, and the Forecaster in New Vegas, and Mama Murphy in 4. How the hell did these people possess fortune-telling abilities? Tanya's powers, though, and the Roach Kings for that matter, who I didn't happen to run into in my playthrough personally, don't come in the form of fortune-telling, but through the capability of commanding creatures to fight on their behalf, just like you can if you have the Animal Friend perk. And I think this is a few degrees beyond the psychic ability we see from the others. We know Melchior was surrounded by FEV, but how the hell did Tanya and the Roach King get their power? Am I the only one who feels it's just a step beyond the world Bethesda built in 3? I feel the same way about Bethesda's Lovecraft letter that comes in the form of the Dunwich building. But I sort of feel like a party pooper saying that because these are two super well done and interesting quests. If you count exploring Dunwich as a quest. Definitely two quests I'm sure we all look back on fondly. It just feels like they belong in a world more akin to 2 than 3. So yeah, Tanya's abilities are a bit of a head scratcher. Would have liked to see a little more context around how she got those abilities, but I suppose some things are just meant to be a mystery. Joshua Sawyer, the lead designer and project director of Fallout New Vegas, had an interesting exchange with a fan of his on his Tumblr about the supernatural in Fallout. And I want to end this section by reading the exchange. The question was, how do you feel about paranormal / supernatural / weird shit in Fallout games? i.e. Fallout 1's Psychers, Fallout 2's Ghost Girl in the Den, Hakunen's Visions, Fallout 3's Dunwich Building, New Vegas Creepy Whispers in Graveyards, Fallout 4's Dunwich Borers, and Mama Murphy's Sight, etc. Do you wish there were more, none, or that it's fine as a very minor element of the setting? Josh's response: I think a little bit is okay, and it feels like if we're going to accept some of the wacky science of the setting, we're already off the rails of strict realism. That said, I think it's best if it feels alien and remains more or less unexplained. Personally, I think the Ghost Girl, Hakunen's Visions, Mama Murphy, and Dunwich Borers go a little far for my taste. Even though the Forecaster was my idea, I still felt like he might have gone a little over the edge. Not the writer's fault, my fault. I like Stalker, the film, and Stalker, the game, because everything remains fairly weird and mysterious. And even though it's not a post-apoc annihilation, it's definitely supernatural to our understanding, but it's not like H.P. Lovecraft homages or traditional ghosts. That isn't to say that those things are bad, I just think they change the tone and the player understanding of the setting. I think that's a great take by Joshua, and I echo a lot of what he says. How do you feel about the Antagonizer and the Roach King's mysterious, insect-wielding abilities and their place within Fallout 3? Let me know in the comments, would love to read some takes on this. Before we get to the vaults, there are several relatively smaller locations that particularly stood out to me in this playthrough, and I'd love to take a moment to talk about them and share those experiences with you. The first of them is Old Olney. Wandering through the ruins of this derelict town turned Deathclaw lair, I couldn't help but think to myself of the Deathclaw warehouse you find just outside of Addendum in Fallout 1. When I first arrived at the warehouse, it was way too early for my level, but I stubbornly didn't quit, and it resulted in me spending a lot of time doing all I could to somehow squeak by with the victory there, sacrificing companions and whatnot. Sorry, Katya. But I eventually did give up and I decided to go back later. Part of why it was so rewarding to become a brother was because you get a suit of power armor that'll ricochet all the claw attacks the Deathclaws throw at you. And it's something I think was lost in Fallout 4's implementation of power armor in that game. But that's something to talk about in another video. Deathclaws are intimidating in Fallout 1 because there aren't a lot of them. They get hyped up pretty hard through rumors you hear in passing conversations.
You really want to hear it, huh? Well, some say it's the Deathclaw, but I don't know nothing about that.
And because due to their sprite-based nature, your imagination fills the gaps of what they would actually look like. I think Fallout 3 did a good job realizing them. They're tall and intimidating and scary looking. The sounds they make are uneasy to listen to. And so you can imagine the trauma I went through then when I arrived at Old Olney in the middle of the night, no less. I was up near the top of the map looking for a place to sleep, and I spotted a town nearby that probably had a bed I could borrow, I assumed. A few Deathclaws were hanging outside, but they weren't anything I couldn't handle at this point in the game, so I dove in head first. This entire gameplay sequence where I explored Old Olney at night proved to me the theory I came to the conclusion of after finishing New Vegas's Dead Money DLC. Fallout could easily be a horror game if it wanted to be. I'm excited to play Far Harbor for the first time to see if it lives up to what I've heard about it. Seems like a dreadful atmosphere type DLC, similar to Dead Money and similar to my time in Old Olney here. If you're lucky enough like I was to, or unlucky, to fall through the ground in Old Olney here, to have this spontaneous moment of like, oh shit, there's no way out of here, I have to go forward, and then fighting through all those Deathclaws in the sewers. I think you're like me and you look back on that moment and you're like, wow, that was really fucking cool. You have no choice but to press forward and fight your way through a whole heap of Deathclaws that have built a nest beneath this old world town that nobody remembers existed. It's pretty cool. As you go deeper and deeper and you explore this now forsaken town's sewers, desperately trying to find an exit somewhere, you spot a collection of corpses on the ground, one of which is sporting a unique prototype medic power armor, rewarding you if you manage to reach the center of this hellhole. I would have instantly put that on, but you know I gotta flex the Tunnel Snake jacket, come on. And that's not what I was here for though. What I was here for was a bed, and it was really cool to finally find one at last in the depths of this town lost to time, and I just happened to stumble upon it. The next smaller location I want to talk about is the Red Racer Factory, a building that was used to make tricycles pre-war, of all things. Just another spot you go into to loot and shoot, right? I mean, what the hell else could go on in here? The building itself is a production facility labyrinth riddled with ghouls and more ghouls all over the factory floor and the catwalks above it. Something caught my ear though as I killed that glowing one in the cubicle room. There was a detonation ring you hear the moment before a mine goes off. But I couldn't find any mines. I thought I was going crazy. Thought maybe it was a bug with one of my mods. Turns out there was something crazy going on, and it was in the factory, but you have to enter through a door barely accessible, lofted up above the factory floor to find that out. And there it was again, the noise. What the hell was going on? This was a tier or two below Old Olney in terms of straight terror, but it's another moment I can point to where Fallout 3's sense of dread, the darkness it creates, shines. I'm not big on horror flicks or anything, but these moments of fright and dismay, not through overly gruesome visceral content, but through atmosphere, through sounds, through seeing the destroyed pre-war surroundings inside that building, through the unknown mystery, you're slowly tiptoeing your way through here. And as you read diary entries, you slowly piece together that the detonation ringing you've been hearing has been coming from inside the enemies, inside their bodies. That there's someone, some mad scientist that's been implementing tech inside the ghouls and the super mutants to gain control of their minds.
Fresh blood just right for the taking. Kick ass! Come on.
Someone in a vault suit with a lab coat around it, named the Surgeon, is behind this all. So many questions. What's clear is that entering the room we see the man has clearly gone mad. It seems he was in the process of dissecting a wastelander. And then we see a ghoul caged in the corner of the room, a glowing one, who, from the Surgeon's terminal entries, we find out his name's Stefan, and he was just the latest test subject the Surgeon injected a chip in.
Oh, man!
Putting the ghoul to rest and opening the pen, we can find a poor soul lying on the ground who was trapped inside the cage with him. I did not expect any of this when I entered a pre-war tricycle factory. But that's what makes exploring the wasteland as worthwhile as it is. Okay, it's finally time to talk about the vaults. I'm going to skip over the ones tied to the main quest, which are Vault 101, the first time, Vault 87, which is the one involving FEV, Fox, and the Gek, of course, and Vault 112, the one with all the VR pods in Tranquility Lane, you know, the metaverse and shit. That leaves us with 3 vaults and a second visit to our former home. We'll start though with Vault 92. This vault, like Vault 101, is tied to a side quest, Agatha's Song. To get the whole picture, we'll first have to cross a short suspension bridge and barge into an old lady's home.
Oh my, I wasn't expecting any visitors. My, you certainly do look a little bit worn out from your travels. Oh, just look at my terrible manners. I'm Agatha. It's so nice to meet you. I play songs on my homemade violin and people trade me goods. If not in person, I use my husband's old radio set. The men in the caravan say it keeps their morale up on lonely nights in the wasteland. Sad to think that no more musical instruments will ever be made the old way ever again. Well, fortunately, I know where perhaps the last real violin in the world exists. If you give me your word that you will recover it, I will tell you more.
After meeting Agatha, you're tasked with retrieving a valuable violin from Vault 92 for the kind old lady, and if you haven't yet uncovered the locations of all the vaults in the game, you're sent to Vault-Tec Regional Headquarters in downtown DC. I did this quest pretty late into my playthrough, and I had already gained access to all the vaults, so that spared me a trip back to the bottom of the map. But just to quickly talk about Vault-Tec HQ, it was actually quite a letdown, I think. Nowhere near as interesting of a place as I was hoping it was going to be before I went in. And I did get really excited when I saw that Vault 101 door hang atop the lobby area. I thought there was something mysterious about our vault that I was going to uncover, but nope. So let's focus on Vault 92, where the crux of this quest takes place. The Vault's experiment stems around a research project titled White Noise Mind Suggestion Combat Experimentation, developed by Vault-Tec, of course, and conducted by the Vault's overseer, who hands the project off to a professor that, alongside a group of scientists, act in secrecy in subjecting the inhabitants, presumed to be adept musicians, into a trance through white noise, allowing for them to be subliminally programmed.
So far, the experiment is going exactly as planned. We're subjecting the residents to extremely low-frequency white noise in regular intervals through the loudspeaker system. Using the soundproof recording studios and the musicians was an inspired idea. Kudos to the Vault-Tec selection committee on their shrewdness. I'm a bit encouraged by the latest batch of data. It seems that 33% of the subjects are now lapsing into a trance-like state on occasion. When in this state, we're fairly certain that suggestion and programming of the subject can be applied. We've begun testing this by implanting subtle cues in affected subjects, making them scratch their ear or constantly fix their hair. So far, I'm happy to report a 100% success rate on this implementation method. I can't believe what I've discovered. Just before he died, one of the security team members told me everything. The Overseer has been implanting these murderous intentions in the entire Vault population without my knowledge, using the loudspeakers in the dorms instead of just the studios. He subjected everyone to the white noise as they slept. He then implanted combat suggestions he claims came from Vault-Tec itself. He must be completely insane. No observation, no controls. I'm going to have to confront him now and make him pay for what he's done. Half the Vault is dead. The other half, fighting for its life. Good luck to all of us. And may God have mercy on our souls.
You find out that the professor wasn't aware of the Overseer's, and by extension Vault-Tec's, true intentions for messing with these people's consciousness, yet he and his team were putting them to a trance anyway? To have them scratch their noses and play with their hair? Was he aware of the true nature of the test, but alarmed when the Overseer turned up the dials? He seems to be pretty surprised in the last log about the Overseer's murderous intentions. Maybe he was simply paid to be a Vault scientist and took pleasure in conducting controlled experiments on people. I had a tough time recognizing the middleman's motives in all of this, and that's a big issue given that his audio logs are so core to the storytelling going on in this vault. However, I do find the trance manipulation angle quite fascinating, an alternate way to create super soldiers that won't disobey the army general's every command and that will fight until they physically cannot fight anymore, like an alternative to FEV. Some of the crazies, as they were called in the vault, took over 20 shots to take down, not to mention all the other ways the white noise trance could be used to influence humanity, with this experiment being a success. It's an unsettling thought. However, when I think back to the vault, what I mostly remember about it is fighting tons and tons and shit tons of Mirelurks. There is a cool section where you fight them through knee-deep water in a flooded section of the vault. And through a terminal in that area, you discover an engineer's warnings of a wall deteriorating and the obvious neglect that happened and what resulted. And I also remember visualizing, unfortunately, a very unflattering image of Agatha's great-great-grandmother and her perverted boy lover Parker. Though there is a tragic final scene before you recover the precious violin, where you see what looks like the two lovers' skeletons in the middle of the room, while the skeleton of the girl who had a crush on Parker that turned crazy, which is a story you read about in another terminal, that girl's skeleton might be the one near the door holding a laser pistol. So it seems that she went crazy and killed the two while they were playing the instrument, and then she might have killed herself right after. It's a sorrowful end to your time in the vault, as you're likely in there for that violin, and now once you have it, you can get out of here.
Oh my goodness, I must see it, please. Oh my, it's more beautiful than I could have ever imagined. I can't thank you enough. I wish I had something to give you, a more suitable reward for all your efforts. I would love to play for you.
The end of Agatha's song is purely a wholesome moment, only rivaled by some of the ones with your dad. You brought joy to a kind old lady that seeks to bring joy to other weary travelers wandering the wastes like yourself. You're welcome whenever you pass by that rickety old bridge to stop by, take a seat, listen to a live performance from an old lady lightly brushing her bow atop 4 finely made strings. Just try not to remember where that bow's been. I cannot stand psychoactive drug hallucinations in video games. I hate them. I think they're almost always unfun and are commonly used to lazily fill in gaps in narratives. I recently tried playing Far Cry 3, but the dreamlike sequences literally made me Alt F4 and do something else. I'm not kidding. However, Vault 106 is one of the rare times in gaming where you can find a hallucination sequence that's tolerable. It's used sparingly at distinct moments, and instead of being a makeshift glue between story beats, it's tied together with an overarching plot, that being the Vault's backstory that you uncover through notes and terminal entries. The Vault's experiment involved releasing a substance into the air 10 days after the Vault was sealed that would drug the residents with psychoactive chemicals. But for what purpose? To study what? Was this just for shits and giggles? It becomes clear as you walk through the vault and miraculously marvel at how the interiors suddenly become squeaky clean, the tint of the rooms turn blue, and ghosts from your childhood past come back to say hello, that you yourself are hallucinating from the drugs. Drugs that should have been released 10 days after check-in. How are these psychoactive drugs still being dispersed into the air 200 years after the vault sealed shut? Another instance of intrigue through ambiguity, right there with Sharon and the Red Racer factory. But maybe it's starting to feel like Bethesda is going back to this well a few times too many instead of delivering a convincing front-to-back narrative. Curiously, the Vault Tech terminal still left in the Citadel, which is Pentagon pre-war, houses information about all the vaults, but the entry on Vault 106 has been redacted. I can't tell you with complete certainty what went on in this vault, nobody can. We only have our theories. Personally, I think a raiding party wandered their way into this vault looking to scavenge, but I don't think the gas was still being exposed when they entered. We find a terminal entry that tells you the gas was only in the air for 30 minutes, and I think that's deliberate by the devs to let you know that someone turned the gas back on a second time. And I think one of the raiders in the raiding party, specifically the survivor we fight at the end, decided to be a real sick bastard and turn the gas on. Then from there, all the raiders, now fully hallucinated, followed the orders we ourselves read in the Your Brain Softworks terminal entries about
RELAX,
subsequently leading them to putting on vault suits, shutting the vault door, and that's where we come in. This is just a theory though, I could be completely wrong. There are some potential holes, like why are we not giving in to the drugs and doing the same thing these raiders are doing? Is it because these raiders are dumb and were intelligent enough to not buy into the computer's pleas? The point is, Vault 106 may be the most mysterious vault in Fallout, and that's saying a lot given how enigmatic the vaults can get in the series. There's one interesting feature of the vault that's worth bringing up. This door. The only way to fully explore the vault, and that's why you're in here, since there's no quest tied to this vault, the only way to proceed forward, as far as I'm aware, maybe someone will correct me, but even if I am corrected, there's a bigger point I'm going to make. The only way to proceed forward is to have an adequate enough lockpick skill to open this door. I can't remember if it was an easy or an average lock, but either way, my good guy character is not a lockpicker, or at least wasn't early on, until I had no better place to put skill points. So I couldn't keep progressing through the vaults until I went and leveled up, which made for a very anticlimactic experience in here. I essentially entered the vaults, then left after I hit a wall or a door, then came back much later to finish it when I got around to it. I actually had a similar issue, if you want to call it an issue, point I'm about to get to, in the National Archives after Sydney died. I couldn't take her secret passage, so I had to take the regular way, which includes a terminal en route that I didn't have enough science to even attempt to hack. And that blocked me from continuing onward in my quest for Abraham Washington, until I realized I could use mentats to get by. What I didn't realize when I was stumped at that door in 106 was that mentats increased both intelligence and perception, so they work just as well for lockpicking as they do for science, and I could have used them here, but these are two minor hurdles that, while I may sound like I have gripe with, they got me thinking about the prospect of having to replay as a different character to see certain side content beyond just having different choices in dialogue or going down a different branching path in a quest. I was interested in the idea of having places completely blocked off, not based on quest pathing, but based on character specking. Now, this is something that is obviously not in Fallout 3. Character specialization is almost a joke in Fallout 3, especially given one of the final perks in the game if you have broken steel. But I think after the frustration had passed, I would have grown to appreciate if I couldn't complete either of these things without building a new character. Maybe my character build just wasn't fit for the task and I had to accept that. I don't have any insider information on this, but my guess is in practicality this isn't an entertaining idea for two reasons. One is most people probably don't replay games, whether they just don't want to or they don't have the time to. If they ever replay a game, it's far into the future. So that player has to miss out on content they may otherwise never see, which leads into the second reason being because developers would be putting painstaking effort into pieces of content that's only seen by a portion of the player base. I'm going to assume that these are just realities of the situation. But my question for you is locking content like a side quest or the back third of a vault too restrictive? Would you be upset to find out that you had to make a whole new character to see a certain part of the game? Or would that get you excited? Would that get you leaning into RPing more mindfully putting your skill points into areas that will gain you access into certain content or lock you away from certain content because you didn't put skill points into something? Like, there's a real opportunity cost to your skill point allocation. For me, that's exciting. The quest branching that does occur in Fallout 3, say whether you help the ghouls or the humans at Tenpenny Tower, that does prevent you from seeing the situation play out one way versus another, but that feels natural. You accept these two things can't coexist. But locking areas due to spec requirements is a different beast that I want to get your guys' take on.
Be aware of our surroundings.
Gary. Gary? Gary? Gary. Gary? Gary?
Anybody back there? The red shirt?
Gary?
Gary!
What was that about?
I'll tell you what it's about. Some level designers, we have a number of vaults, they're all supposed to be different. Everybody know what he's asking about? There's a vault in Fallout 3 where there's a bunch of guys all named Gary. And there's a guy in the team named Gary, it has nothing to do with him. But there was a vault, and some of the two level designers who were working on it said they were tasked with coming up with the shtick for the vault. And I don't remember if this one was a pre-existing Fallout 1 that said it was cloning, but the idea was it's cloning and they're all Garys. So they had made it, and it was kind of a quick thing. It's a vault, and you know, maybe they were trying to get out of work, because like, all the guys are the same. It's a brilliant idea. Alright, go ahead and do that. I'm glad you asked that, actually. It's one of these instances of, so very late in the game, people would play this and be like, this level doesn't make any sense. Is it a bug? All the guys are the same. At this time, they didn't say Gary. They just used the regular, there he is, they used the regular dialogue. They would fall back. And the level designer was like, I can really use, we're really tight on voice. Remember, we have to translate it into 100 languages. We're late in the day. So I need them to say Gary. We're like, we can't even record it. He's like, look, it doesn't matter. They're all named Gary. Who cares what they say in Japanese or whatever? And all of us agreed it didn't matter. This level designer was so persistent. We're like, fine, just record it and put it in. And it made that level. It is hilarious. So when you play the level, all you're like, Gary? Gary! He just went in the sound booth and recorded like 4 or 5 lines. And it was like, it'll take less time to put it in than we talked about it now for days. And it's brilliant. I love it.
Gary.
There's some decent lore to Vault 108. Vault-Tec assigned an overseer genetically inclined to become terminally ill within a few years from the grand open, and they purposefully allocated less than adequate amounts of power given the time the vault was supposed to remain intact. Not to mention they included human replication technology inside of it, which seems to have been rigged to make replicants hostile towards non-replicants, all while the vault was overstocked with defense weaponry. It seems this vault was one of the more point-and-laugh experiments of Vault-Tec. But the lore takes a back seat here. It's fitting Vault-Tec designed the shelter for the lulls because while my nervous system told me to be anxious as I heard rumblings a room or two away from people who were out to kill me, you can't help but start laughing the 5th time you hear that name called out. The vault fits the tone of the game so well. It's comically frightening terror that's done through isolation and intrigue about what the hell went on here, what the hell Vault-Tec was thinking, what went on the first few years after the vault door shut. But what the hell does it all matter? These guys keep repeating the same voice lines and they're all named Gary with a number after it. Just me and my super mutant friend wandering the wasteland and running into a coalition of guys named Gary, all trying to attack us. This is why we love Fallout.
Aw, Gary.
And so, that leaves us with one final vault to discuss. But before we revisit Vault 101, I want to warn you now that this next section will contain major spoilers for Fallout 1. There are some big nods to Fallout 1 in this next quest, and it might leak into including some spoilers for Fallout 2 as well. So if you haven't played either of the first 2 games yet, first of all, you totally should. You should play them both, especially if you're a fan of Fallout. You have no reason not to give them a try. Even if they look too dated for you, get them on a Steam sale. They're like $3 each one. It won't take you long until you're comfortable with the mechanics. Both of those worlds are ripe for you to explore, and you'll get much better appreciation for the lore, but I'll save you the spiel. I do have a Fallout 1 video you can watch after your playthrough as well that I'll link to in the description, but if you're going to skip the next section, I'll see you again one final time in Oasis.
This is an automated distress message from Vault-Tec. Vault 101. Message begins.
It feels like you left home a long time ago, but I know you're still out there. I just hope you're still alive to hear this. Things got worse after you left. My father's gone mad with power. If you can hear this, please stop looking for your dad and help stop mine. I changed the door password to my name. If you're hearing this, and if you still care enough to help me, you should remember it.
Message repeats. This is an...
Something troubling you, my friend? If you insist, but do be careful. I can hardly repay your kindness while waiting back here.
Morning.
After hearing that distress signal, I dropped everything I was supposed to do and I went to go help my childhood friend, while simultaneously revisiting the place I not too long ago called home, though it felt like I had emerged out of it centuries ago. Initially I longed as I passed by it, but eventually I became comfortable in my new home, and I didn't look back. But now I had a reason to. first thing you see when you walk in is Jim Wilkins lying next to the vault door control panel, dead. And in the check-in room right nearby crawls a rad roach and the body of another young vault dweller, carrying a stealth boy, cluing us in that he attempted to sneak out of the vault. The youth were trying to escape, but why? Why would they want to follow my footsteps into that cold world I was thrown out into without a choice? If you played Fallout 1, this may call to mind a certain moment at the very end of Fallout 1, a conversation you have with the man in charge of the vaults you grew up calling home. Big Fallout 1 spoiler ahead.
What happened to you?
You've done it. That's wonderful, amazing. I'm so proud of what you've accomplished, what you've endured. There's no way the people of the Vault can ever thank you enough for what you've done. You've saved all our lives. Who knows? Maybe even saved the human race. Yes. That makes the rest of this even harder. Everyone will want to talk to you. Every youngster will look up to you and want to emulate you. And then what? They'll want to leave. What happens to the Vault if we lose the best of a generation? What if we are the only safe place in the world? You just gave us back all these lives. I can't take the chance of losing them. I've made a lot of tough decisions since I took this position, but none of them harder than this one. You saved us, but you'll kill us. I'm sorry. You're a hero, and you have to leave.
Every youngster will look up to you and want to emulate you. And then what? They'll want to leave. But the Lone Wanderer shouldn't be regarded as the same hero as the Vault Dweller. Why do these kids want to emulate my dad and I? We didn't save the vault, we effectively destroyed it. What was going on here? We can get some answers from Officer Armstrong, who stops us before we proceed further into the vault.
Everything went crazy is what happened. Your dad opened that door, bugs started attacking, and people started going crazy. When the smoke cleared, there were a lot of casualties and not many answers. Didn't help that our doctor had just left either.
He tells you that people thought your dad had the right idea about leaving the vault, but that the Overseer started to crack down on that thought. This led to a group of rebels, mostly consisting of your childhood friends, forming up and scheming a way to open the vault door despite the Overseer's orders. I asked the officer to lead me to Amada, and followed him through the vault, soon witnessing just how terrible things have turned in the place I once called home.
Uh-oh. Wait here. This doesn't look good.
You know I can't do that, Freddy. Now get back down below before I have to do something we'll both regret.
What? You gonna lock me up like you did to Broch? You can't cage a tunnel snake, man, because we rule!
Stay back!
Holy crap, you're crazy!
Don't you know enough to stay away? I didn't mean to fire. I really didn't. I just wanted to scare him off. But he had a knife. I can't be too careful with those rebels. I tell you, I'm scared of them. I never know when they're gonna try something dangerous. I lost my poor wife Agnes is what happened. And all the chaos and fighting, her old ticker just couldn't take it anymore.
What a chilling sight it is to see the Overseer staring at you through his window, especially if you left on sour terms with the man like I did. But I slowly walked forward with my chest out high and a repeater resembling the BB gun I was gifted in this very vault on my back, should shit hit the fan. And then I walked back in that old cafeteria.
Attention, everyone! It's time to cut the cake!
Andy, wait!
How's it going, pal?
Why don't you look where you're going?
Surprise! Stanley, you turned the lights on too fast. You blinded the poor kid.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday! Can you believe it? He is growing up so fast.
Happy birthday, pal. I can't believe you're already 10. I'm so proud of you. If only your mother...
Congratulations, young man. I don't have to tell you how special this day is, do I? Down here in Vault 101, when you turn 10, well, you're ready to take on your first official Vault responsibility.
Amada's up there, in the clinic with the rest of them. I'd take you closer, but they don't get along with security. Good luck.
It was an emotional moment for me, having spent so many hours into my playthrough up to that point, like I'm sure it was for a lot of you too, to then walk back in and see the seat that my father sat on back when we watched Andy screw up the cake, and now seeing what that awful combination of conflict and time had done to the cafeteria. It's a fatal mixture that I witnessed with my own eyes plenty already in the world I was pushed out of this vault to wander. And now that combo was catching up with the vault. It's like nowhere in this world was safe from that destructive recipe.
You never should have left, kid. Now we'll make sure nobody ever leaves again. Oh, here we go.
Well, what do you think? You can come down here and shoot anytime you want.
Damn, look who's come waltzing back into the vault. It takes some real balls coming back here after everything you and your dad screwed up. But if you've got to be back, might as well make yourself useful. You gotta help us.
The old clinic and schoolroom space has now become rebel terrain. You catch up with Butch, Old Lady Palmer, and a bunch of familiar faces until you see the one who called you over in the first place.
Oh my god, you're back! You got my message and actually came back!
Amada tells you that while Butch may want to unwarily escape the vault and start life anew, she wants to open the gear-shaped door to interact with the outside world, all while maintaining a presence inside the vault.
Don't you get it? We don't want to abandon the vault. We want to open it! We still want this to be our home, but we want to get supplies from outside. Trading, exploring, anything's better than just hiding down here.
On the contrary, the Overseer wants to keep the world shut out. This is to be expected since Vault-Tech's experiment for the vault was to have it be remained enclosed indefinitely. Obviously my affinity was towards Amada, my friend, but if we try to be objective, this is a tough decision to make, I think. With all that we know now about the Wasteland and how dangerous it is it really the best course of action to open the vaults up? Would it not be smarter to stay shut, keep these people safe?
Thank you. Whoever you are, thank you. The things they talked about doing to me. You're right, it's dangerous out here. I have to go before more of them come.
There's a fair argument to be made for either side. In fairness to the Overseer, the Wasteland is a dangerous place. We know that. We've seen it firsthand. The people inside the vaults will be opened up to other risks because of that decision. There's no denying that. What's more, there's a message from the Enclave in the Overseer's terminal under View External Contact Report. I didn't open it in my playthrough as I quickly glanced at the screen and assumed all the entries were the ones I saw before I left the vault the first time. My apologies. But in it, the Enclave reaches out to the vaults in an effort to extend their hand, and we know from Fallout 2's intro what can happen if you roll the vault door over for the Enclave. Never mind all the other dangers of the Wasteland, from raiders to rad scorpions. This information alone is enough to build an argument against opening the door and risking the unirradiated lives of the people inside the vault. These are pristine humans in the eyes of the Enclave, and that makes these people valuable to them. If you choose to mess with the controls in the reactor level and cause the whole vault to evacuate, it sends everyone inside the vault panicking out of it and into the irradiated wilderness, forcing them to begin life anew. Choosing this path spawns a random encounter involving Amata, where she's torn to shreds by Enclave soldiers unless you intervene, something that wouldn't happen if she listened to her father. Add on to that the Overseer and Stanley, in the brief words he has for you when you return, both assert that the rebels, which as we know are made up of mostly kids, are going through a similar phase that the generation before them went through when they were kids.
It's just a phase they're going through. Every kid thinks they want to leave the vault at some point, but we all grew out of it.
It's why their generation felt the need to lie about the vault never having opened, and the Overseer tells you about this rather passionately, involving emotion you're not used to seeing from him.
They have to understand that we did that to keep them from going outside and getting killed. To keep them from making the same mistake our generation did when we were their age. Some of us already lost loved ones out there long ago. We won't lose any more today.
But while that may have worked in the short term, lying to maintain power and order, that's a doomed endeavor, ripe for revolt by those being lied to, and that's clearer than ever here in Vault 101. Maybe the rebels wouldn't be so rebellious if they had been told, as passionately as we just were, about the dangers that lie outside, how past mistakes have led to the decisions that have since been made. However, unless the vault wants to begin inbreeding in the next few generations, they're going to have to open up the vault door sooner or later. And that was the reasoning I chose to go with to persuade the Overseer over to Amata's side.
I admit, in the 200 years since the war, our numbers have dwindled a little, but we have enough genetic diversity for a few more generations. My God, you're right. We won't last another 100 years, whether or not we get supplies from the outside. We're the last bastion of pure humanity, and we're doomed.
But I'm sitting here thinking, would it not have been wiser to wait a little longer until the Capital Wasteland develops a little more? All things considered, the rebels are restless, and plenty of lives have already been lost from internal conflict. How many more deaths before the vault tears itself apart like we've seen so many times already in the Fallout universe? How long before this vault turns into one of those vaults? I'd argue that process is already in its early stages. And I think that's really interesting to see that happen in real time. When you go through the vaults in Fallout, you just wonder what happened at that moment. You imagine going back in time and viewing what exactly occurred. But here you don't have to imagine, you are living it through. This vault, though originally feeling like one of the more calmer, orderly vaults akin to Vault 13 for the most part, in Vault 8, the story of this vault is slowly unfolding into yet another tragic vault tale. But you can stop the downfall, and I did.
And you expect me to believe that the only way to do that is to let them travel out in the wastes and mingle with those savages? I suppose it would allow them to stay alive, and we could still keep the vault as our safe haven. But it'd require a new type of leader. And I know only one person with the proper attitude to do that. I'll inform my daughter Amata that she is the new Overseer, effective immediately.
And the only thing that was left for me to do after talking with the Overseer was to speak to Amata.
We're safe. How's everyone holding up in the dorms?
They're still scared. Enough to stay quiet, but not enough to risk doing anything.
Okay, keep listening. And see who else we can get to take a stand. And be careful up there.
I'll keep myself safe if you do the same, Amata.
I just heard. My father says he's stepping down as overseer. He won't tell me why, but I have to assume it's something you said to him. It's hard to forgive what he's done, but I suppose I can understand why he did it. I'm glad you brought him to his senses. But now there's a new overseer in charge, and I'm planning on opening the vault. This time for good. It's a bright new day for the vault, but I'm afraid there's one thing that has to change. I know you are, and on behalf of the vault, I thank you for all you've done. But there are still many who blame you for everything that happened. So I have to ask you to leave. I'm sorry, but the situation is just too delicate for you to stay. Please, if you really want to help the vault, you have to go. No, it's not like that. But if you stay, it'll just keep causing more problems. The vault can't take any more infighting. It's just what has to be. It'll be a while before we're ready to really go outside. But once the vault is stable again, maybe we'll see you out there. So, I guess this is goodbye for now. It's not much, but take this with you to remember us by. With luck, we'll meet again.
So, I really wanted to love this ending to the quest. I did. Trust me. I just finished playing Fallout 1 for the first time last summer and I loved it. I literally made a 4-hour video on the damn game. I went inside the cafeteria after she told me what she did. I opened up the jukebox and played Maybe, listening to the Ink Spots, hoping they'd pull me through the heartbreak of not being wanted one final time. But deep down, I knew it didn't feel like a heartbreak. Nowhere even in the same universe as Fallout 1's. When you get kicked out of Vault 13 at the end of Fallout 1, you literally belonged to that vault. It was your home. Not in the past, in that moment. Somewhere you worked tirelessly throughout the entire game to protect, to save, constantly working against your Pip-Boy clock, reminded again and again with cutscenes that the people in there are depending on you. But with Vault 101, not only me, but my dad, the only person I really cared about in the vault besides Amada, who I figured would be fine given she was the daughter of the overseer of all people, my dad was kicked out too, so it's like, what allegiance do I have to this place anymore? I was simply helping out an old friend. I already made peace with the place. I already found a new home. It's not like I even was expecting to move back in, nor did I want to. To me, it feels like yet another forced Fallout illusion, something we see plenty of in the main quest, and in the same vein as those, it doesn't quite stick the landing. I wish it hit the same. I really did. I love these old references, but they just don't hit the same. When I heard Vault 13's overseer say those words, it was so much more impactful, and this moment doesn't come anywhere close.
Hey, Nifty America. It's me, your president, John Gotcha! 3-Dog here. How's everyone doing? What rhymes with shoes and often gives you the blues? That's right. It's time for the cashews. Okay, that doesn't really rhyme. How about news? Here's a question for all you faithful listeners. Have you guys and gals ever seen a tree? No, not those shriveled black things. I'm talking real trees. Brown bark, green leaves, photosynthesis, all that good stuff. Now what if I, the all-powerful 3-Dog, Bow Wow Wow, were to tell you that somewhere right here in the Capital Wasteland, there's a place with lots of trees. A veritable oasis of green in that depressing sea of brown. Look, it was years ago, and I may have been experimenting with Jet at the time. But I'm telling you, it's out there. Thanks for listening, children. This is 3 Dog, ow! And you're listening to Galaxy News Radio. We're Radio Free Wasteland, and we're here for you.
Outsider, you have arrived. Please, come closer. I have something of the utmost urgency to speak to you about. Do hurry. He doesn't like to be kept waiting. I'm so glad you're here. It's been a while since anyone's visited us, and he's been waiting for someone like yourself to arrive. If you wouldn't mind following me, I'll bring you right to him.
My first interaction with Oasis actually came in the form of a drifter I ran into who attacked me from inside a small, ruined church. On his corpse held the coordinates to some place named Oasis. But what really piqued my curiosity was the strange attire he outfitted in. It was like nothing I had seen thus far in my travels. It looked like something out of a fantasy game, like it was ported over from Oblivion. I knew I was destined to run into yet another cult out here in the wasteland, and sure enough, that's exactly what I was welcomed to when I approached the entrance of the settlement that sheathed the seeds of this miraculous forest that somehow existed amongst a sea of war-torn soil.
I can't believe you're here. We will speak once we've arrived in the pavilion. Not to worry, all will be explained.
Tree minders, they're called, and they all worship some sort of god who still walks among them. And the god wants to speak with you, as if you're some sort of chosen one.
You have no idea how overjoyed I am to see you. Normally, outsiders are forbidden inside Oasis, but he has made an exception. As you approached Oasis, he said you were coming, and I was sent out to meet you personally with a request. He wishes to meet with you. You'd be the first outsider to do so in a very long time. To meet him, you must undergo the ceremony of purification. Once that's complete, you'll be able to speak to him. Take your place in front of the basin, and let's begin. Drink of the sap from the basin. Only then will he reveal himself. We will now recite the blessing to ward off any harm the outsider may be carrying before he proceeds to the grove.
I bid you depart, agents of destruction, through the power of his divine will.
Leave our homes and bodies immediately. Live no longer in them, but pass over into places where you can
Who
harm
is to
no
come to judge the living and the dead, and the world by his verdure.
Amen. Soon, you will pass peacefully into sleep, outsider. And when you awake, you will witness his glory firsthand.
Glad to see you're finally awake. I can't believe they made you do that stupid ceremony. I had you brought in here to ask a very simple favor. Would you please kill me?
Some way into this conversation, if you aren't able to pick up on it immediately, you'll realize this is Harold. This is one of the harder quests to not have spoiled for you if you haven't played through the entire game yet all these years later. And in my case, I knew that the quest involving Harold also involved the prospect of killing him. Not much more than that though, but knowing Harold was involved in it, I saved it for near the end of the game to sort of act as a final chapter of my journey through the first 3 Fallouts. A journey I embarked on after New Vegas, and a journey I'm so happy I took. This was the end of the road. Tree minders, while quite a peculiar bunch, aren't murdering psychopaths. Actually, they're quite the contrary. The tree minders only resort to violence if there's a serious threat.
The wasteland is a hostile place, and sometimes we're forced to defend ourselves against it. If that means fighting with manufactured weapons, then so be it.
What's more, they seem to help those in need. Sapling Yu appears to be an orphan who was taken in by the tree minders, as she calls Tree Father Birch and Leaf Mother Laurel her parents.
They're the best parents ever.
Even though Leaf Mother Laurel appears to be too old to have such a young child. Then there's Branch Tender Linden, a former Brotherhood Steel outcast who was the lone survivor on a tech scavenging mission that left the rest of his patrol dead when Deathclaws attacked. He would have bled out if not for the tree minders, and knowing he owes them his life, he decided to settle here.
They shredded everyone else and left me bleeding to death. If it wasn't for Oasis and Bloomseer Poplar, I'd be dead right now. Honestly, I've never seen anything like this place. It's beautiful. It's a shame only a few people will ever get to see it.
But however much you try, you will not be able to get it through their thick skulls that Harold isn't a deity, that he's just a mutated human who's somehow become trapped in a tree that subsequently sprouted a lush forest. A forest that seems to have brought prosperity to all those who inhabit it, especially when compared to the bleak, dead wasteland just beyond the canopy. Prosperity for everyone, except Harold, and therein lies the conundrum.
You've got it all wrong. Why else would he have called for an outsider's assistance?
The outsider is here to deliver us from our enemies, to keep this place safely locked away from the wasteland, not to exploit us.
How can we preach about peace when all you want to do is keep his gift all to ourselves? That's not what he would want.
If we allow the spread of this miracle to continue, we're putting him in jeopardy. I can't allow that. I won't allow it.
Once again, my husband, we are at an impasse. I suggest we speak to the outsider.
Agreed. Why else would the outsider have been allowed into the grove? Perhaps it's a test. Yes, that must be it.
Tree Father Birch, effectively Oasis's high priest, wants you to apply sap to Harold's heart in order to halt his growth and keep Oasis a confined secret locked away from the rest of the wasteland. Keeping Oasis a secret is implausible, partially because it already isn't. As Bloomseer Poplar puts it, the caravans know about it, and you found it. It's not going to be a secret forever. But what's more, stunting Harold's growth prevents the rest of the wasteland from basking under the bountiful branches Harold and Herbert have to offer. We find out through dialogue that these trees are growing by way of irradiated water. The Capital Wasteland is as dead as it is, in large part due to the natural world not being able to thrive off irradiated water. Killing Harold would also kill a potentially miraculous revival of the wasteland. Leaf Mother Laurel realizes this and wants to spread a liniment on Harold's heart to enhance and amplify his growth, so everyone in the wasteland can prosper from his divine glory, not just the tree minders.
I heard what my husband wanted you to do. What I propose is an alternative. The same person that created the sap also created this liniment. If you can reach his heart, it will assist him in making his influence increase. Instead of centuries, the wasteland will become green in mere decades. Just imagine how glorious that would be.
Personally, I find Leaf Mother Laurel's proposition more appealing. It helps the greater good. Everyone in the wasteland benefits from Herbert's seeds. Except for one person. At least someone who was once a person. Far from it now, but deep down we know he's still got humanity in him, just like with the ghouls. I wanted to side with Leaf Mother Laurel. I mean, who wouldn't want to see the wasteland blossoming green? But to make that happen, it'd take convincing of Harold, because ultimately all of the well-being Laurel's path brings is brought through manipulating the anatomy of someone who never gives you the nod. In fact, Laurel's path damns that person to a ceaseless hellish existence. So much for being a deity. This is of course unless you can change his mind about wanting to die, and I did everything I could to try to convince him that living is worth it, that he'll be helping so many people out by choosing not to end his life. I did my best to choose all the dialogue options I thought might get him to press on at least a little longer. The power he and Herbert's seeds have are, again, miraculous. It's honestly no wonder he's worshipped. But there was a string of dialogue he spoke to me that cut me to the core, and I think it was the moment that I figured out what I was going to do.
I've been literally rooted to this spot, thanks to Bob, for maybe 20 or 30 years. I can't even remember anymore. Can you imagine being stuck in one place for that long, not being able to eat or to read or to sleep or anything? In the meantime, I have these tree minders bothering me every day about things I don't even care about. And I can't stand it anymore. Can you imagine that? Stuck here for centuries? I can't do it. I just want to be alone. Just me and Bob. Until the end.